Good afternoon. Welcome to this live proceeding of the Senate this afternoon of the 17th day of November 2022. This is the first session of the 13th Parliament. The broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This morning, the Senate did sit to deliberate on a number of issues, chief among them the election of nominees to the East Africa Legislative Assembly. That is an exercise that the senators undertook, and they voted, and the results will be made public. And this afternoon, the Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya will move a motion on the state of food security in Kenya, that the Senate urges the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development to develop targeted policy programs aimed at addressing the food insecurity in the country, including the following. 1. Coordinate with county governments to establish strategic grain reserves across the country, with drought-stricken areas receiving priority. 2. Develop livestock feeding programs in ASAL regions, providing water and feeds to the livestock farmers. 3. Coordinate with the National Drought Management Authority to do quarterly reports to the Senate on the drought situation in the country. 4. Subsidize agricultural production. And 5. Establish abattoirs in ASAL counties, and further recommends that the National Treasury and Economic Planning increases funding to the National Drought Disaster Fund. That motion will be moved by the Honorable Member, Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya. Senator Veronica Nduati will move a motion on the plight of Kenyan domestic workers in the Middle East. The Senator is concerned that under the bilateral labor agreement between the government of Kenya and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the recruitment of domestic workers that was developed and adopted in January 2016, Kenya was obligated to provide qualified and medically fit workers needed by Saudi Arabia according to the job specifications, and in turn Saudi Arabia was obligated to ensure that the welfare and rights of employers and domestic workers employed in the kingdom are promoted and protected in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations, which has not been the case. If you're just joining us, the proceedings of the Senate this afternoon is about to commence, and the maize and the Deputy Speaker has walked in. Now I will hand you over for the live broadcast.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. The numbers we have are not making a quorum to start the business of the day. So majority whip, make sure we have the requisite numbers. Yeah, sure, thank you. You know you can link the
There is not enough quorum in the Senate chamber, and the Deputy Speaker has ordered the quorum bell to be rung, and we'll continue looking at the order of business this afternoon. The motion by the Honorable Senator Veronica Nduati will be moved this afternoon, and the Senator will be requesting the Senate to resolve that the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, Labor and Social Protection as well, Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, Immigration Department, and the National Employment Authority, as well as the National Industrial Training Authority and the Kenya Private Employment Agencies, cease all travel by Kenyan migrant workers to the Gulf states with immediate effect until a raft of measures are taken into account and the demands are met. One, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection amends the National Labor Migration and Regulatory Framework Policy to address labor exportation management. And two, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs adopt and ratify the multilateral declarations relating to the protection of workers, such as the International Labour Organization ILO, Domestic Workers Convention of 2011, number 189, and the Private Employment Agencies Convention of 1997, in particular number 181. And also the establishment of functional overseas labor offices for the administration and enforcement of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection policies for migrant workers, and also a review of the bilateral agreement between the Government of Kenya and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs to adequately address identified gaps and emerging issues. And also there are established safe houses to serve as central huts of welfare and assistance to migrant workers and temporary shelters for overseas Kenyans in distress. And finally, any Kenyan in distress, and in particular Helen Kemunto, is rescued and brought back to Kenya from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That motion by the Honorable Member Veronica Nduati, the Senator, will be moved according to the order of business this afternoon. Senator James Lomenen Ekomwa of Turkana County will move a motion on drought and hunger mitigation in Turkana County. The senator is concerned that droughts have been recorded in the county since the 1960s and that the frequency of their occurrences has progressively increased, with drought in the county becoming a yearly phenomenon. Cognizant that Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 stipulates the rights of every person to be free from hunger, to have adequate food of acceptable quality, and to clean and safe water in adequate quantities, and oblige the state to provide social security to persons unable to support themselves and their dependents. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministries of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Education, and the Ministry of East African Community, the ASALs and regional development through the National Drought Management Authority to come up with a policy framework to address the perennial drought in the county and to come up with a policy programs addressing the current needs of the county, to include a rollout of a rapid response initiative program of providing foodstuffs to the affected residents of the county to address immediate critical needs, and also an introduction of feeding program in schools across the county. And number 3, the drilling of water boreholes. And number 4, an institution of a livestock offtake program to buy weak livestock. That motion by the senator for Turkana County will be moved this afternoon. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, the Senate Majority Leader will issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 22nd November 2022. Those are some of the businesses that the senators will be engaging in this afternoon. We are still waiting for the House to collate, and as soon as that happens, I will hand you over for this live broadcast. And a quick reminder, this is a broadcast that is available on YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel.
Number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
We have several statements. Understanding Order 53-1. We start with the Senator for Kisumu County, Professor Tom Ojenda. He is not present. He has actually 2 statements. Then Senator Shakila Abdara, make your statement. Shakira, why are you traveling 50 kilometers from where you are?
Yeah, I want to travel.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resource concerning land acquisition for the Lapsset Corridor Program. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, provide a report detailing the land acquisition process for the Lapsset Corridor Program, including the exact land placement, acreage, amount paid per acre, and the justification for the project. Number 2, inform the Senate whether all the organizations that vacated their land for the Lapsset Corridor Program have been compensated, and if not, state the reason why. And number 3, state the land requirement for the Lamu Special Economic Zone and Industrial City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, what is it, Senator Chalage? Yes, proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Senator Shakila Abdallah for that statement. I think the issue of land acquisition is a constitutional matter. The Constitution is very clear and specific that when you do compulsory land acquisition, you must pay the market price, pay promptly. That is what the Constitution says, Mr. Speaker. So this LAPSET project is an elephant in the room, and I remember last session we were even debating a situation where one of the roads that was being upgraded for Maram, the Ghanaian government was paying 80 million per kilometer to put Maram on that road, Mr. Speaker. And this part of the LAPSET project has been riddled with graft, corruption, and larceny, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it must be addressed. Land is an emotive issue. There are many people, and government must take these things seriously with the attention it deserves. With the new CS of lands, the chairperson of lands or committee members, Mr. Speaker, we must tell the nation, because you are dispossessing somebody a property, they should be paid promptly. That is what the Constitution says. It is not an act of parliament. It is not a policy. It is not a statement that you make in a baby shower or anywhere. This is a constitutional issue that must be done as it should be, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the LAPSET project since inception is a good project. But if we allow Kenyans to be dispossessed of their property and not compensate them as per the law, then it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember even, and it is the right time, Mr. Speaker, that this House, a committee of this House investigated the Ruaraka land issue, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is the time also that we must be told. You remember the government acquired a public land in guise of being a private land, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must be serious and reawaken and go back and investigate, Mr. Speaker, on issues such as the land matter, which is a motive, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Ruaraka land scandal, Mr. Speaker, we must reawaken, Mr. Speaker, because land is an emotive issue. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to, finally, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to see a situation where we are creating what we call infrastructural evictees, where people are being evicted because an infrastructure is being developed. You know, we have forest evictees, we have IDPs, or people who have been displaced because of civil strife. Mr. Speaker, we must avoid what we call infrastructural evictees, Mr. Speaker. And it is good my senator, my lecturer, and my neighbor senator, Senator Professor Tomo Jenda.
What is your point of
I was
order,
concluding.
Senator Boni Karwar?
I am very sorry that I'm interrupting my friend and colleague and neighbor. But, Mr. Speaker, did you hear him say that there are forest evictees? Evictees from the forest. Mr. Speaker, can he explain who is this character called a forest evictee? How did that person find himself in the forest? Or did the forest come in his home? Is it in order to mislead the country that there's anybody called a forest evictee when we want people to keep out of forest, Mr. Speaker?
Maybe you want to ask to inform, to tell the House who came first. Is it the forest or the evictee? Senator Chalai, yes? No, you have been asked to substantiate your statement.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the East Africa court the other day ruled that Okiek were evicted from the forest. So it has been defined by an East African legislative court, Mr. Speaker. So I think my majority whip should look for me in camera so that I can give him the full citation and share with him what it means, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is unless I will also take him to where some people who have been evicted from some of the forests to see who they are, if he wants a live example, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the issue I was saying, infrastructural evictees, is where we see in cities and towns, where people want to develop a project, they evict people. And those are called infrastructural evictees, and we don't want to see in LAPSET, Mr. Speaker. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that Senator Shakil Abdallah, the LAPSET project is a good vision, but it should not be used at the guise of fighting human rights. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this issue is a human rights matter. In fact, it should go to the Committee of Lands jointly with Human Rights, the Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights, Mr. Speaker. This is a human rights issue where you are dispossessing somebody's land without compensation, yet the law is very clear, Mr. Speaker, and we have dealt with such, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I was saying, even the matter of Ruaraka land scandal or Ruaraka issue, it must be brought. Because the former Minister of Interior, Fred Matiang'i, was mentioned widely, Mr. Speaker. It must be brought before the Senate. Mr. Speaker, and therefore we will not fear in mentioning
Senator
people who
are
participated in corruption in this republic, Mr. Speaker.
Hoja nidhamu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja yangu ni kwamba Seneta wa Nandi anazungumzia ripoti ya Ruaraka ambayo ililetwa katika bunge la 12. Na yeye ni mmoja kati ya wale maseneta ambao walipiga kura kuangusha ripoti hiyo. Je, ni haki kuzungumzia ripoti ambayo yeye mwenyewe alikuwa ni mmoja wale ambao walipiga kura kuangusha?
Yes, Senator Chelage.
Mr. Speaker, we shall not allow people like Senator Faki to protect.
Senator Faki is not our people.
Oh,
He's an honorable member of this House and a senator for Mombasa County.
through you, Mr. Speaker, we shall not allow the senator of Mombasa, who was my very good member in jail, like Mr. Speaker, those days, to mislead also the House. I voted against corruption because the report that was being brought, Mr. Speaker, was not nailing the real suspects. In allegedly, the former Interior Minister, Fred Matiang'i, was being mentioned. And why is it that Senator, Mr. Speaker, through you, Senator Faki wants to protect the land grabbers in this republic? He must tell the nation. Because the other day he brought an issue of Buxton housing project, and we went and defended, Mr. Speaker. So we shall not allow to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker,
I'm talking to you, Senator Chelage. You know, I don't understand whether you really heard what Senator Faki, what he spoke about what you did that time. You did not defend anybody. You want just to defend yourself and say you did not do it. Yeah, but Andy. Senator Andy. I think, is it which one?
I think that, Mr. Speaker, the point of order that Mr. Senator Faki brought was very simple. And we would want just to know, did the Senator of Nandi, Senator Cherargei, vote for the report or not?
Yes, Senator Chelage. It was a very straightforward matter, by the way.
Mr. Speaker, the senator, the good senator of Migori, Eddie Kisheru, should acquaint himself what the report was talking about. You know, you cannot be a preacher if you don't understand the Bible. You must understand, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki, we make progress.
Senator Faki does not know the contents of the report.
Because he was
If he can give us the contents of the report, then he doesn't know. Unless he has other way of proving, Mr. Speaker, on the contents and the conclusion of the report.
Yes,
then
Senator
we can discuss from there. Mr. Speaker, can I conclude?
No, Senator Faki, yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ripoti ilichunguzwa na Senator wa Homa Bay, Senator Kajwanga. Na baadhi ya mapendekezo ya ripoti hiyo ni kuwa wale wote ambao walihusika katika malipo ya ile ardhi ya Ruaraka, akiwemo wakati huo waziri wa ndani wa nchi Mheshimiwa Matiang'i, Swazuri na mfanyabiashara mmoja ambaye alikuwa akiitwa Mburu, kwamba hao wachunguzwe na wafunguliwe mashtaka kutokana na ulipaji wa pesa za bilioni 1.5 kwa ardhi ambayo ni ya serikali tayari. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati huo Mheshimiwa Cherargei alikuwa upande wa serikali, na wao wakasema kwamba hawawezi kukubali ripoti ambayo ina implicate ama inamhusisha waziri kupita katika bunge hili, na wakaiangusha ripoti hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo alipiga kura kuangusha ripoti hiyo. Asante. Akubali alipiga kura ama asikubali. Na ikiwa hata kubali, Mheshimiwa Spika, rekodi iko hapa, tutaitisha records hapa Jumanne tukija tuoneshwe alipiga kura ama hakupiga.
Let's get to the other point of order. And now I want members to specify which point of order you are raising again.
Thank you very much.
Senator, yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering, is Senator Cherargei on trial? Mr. Speaker, I do understand you cannot discuss a member of this House without a substantive motion. So why are we questioning the senator when he is contributing on issues pertaining to a statement that was presented here? So protect the member, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Karungo, Senator Cherargei is very safe. So far, so good. If you need any protection, I'll be there for him. But so far, so good. Proceed and finish up your remarks, kindly.
Mr. Speaker,
And really pick up your ones carefully because you don't want any others point of orders on your
Mrs.
statement.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that guidance. But it is known and it is on record, Mr. Speaker, that in this House I'm one of the senators who always make the best Solomonic decisions, even when the country is at the crossroad, Mr. Speaker. Even, and Senator Dulo can bear me witness. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Senator Faki should always be appraised with himself. I have a man who makes decisions based on the facts that are there. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, when you look at the book of Professor Tom Ojienda, the book called Conveyancing, that was ordered by my good lecturer and my neighbor, Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, he says land is an emotive issue. Then he puts up a full stop on his preface of the book. But also, he only sells that book very expensive. But the point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is land is an emotive issue that we must. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you had the minority leader. He brought an issue of evictions in his county, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we must agree that let this lapsed issue, Kenyans who they lost their land, they must be compensated, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, with those very, very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate and wish well Senator Shakila Abdallah, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Lands Committee shall, because also we have also problems in Nandi of land. There is, even before elections, I went with the then chaired by former Senator of Kajiado called Senator Baye, and we visited. And there are many Kenyans that are suffering because they have been illegally, irregularly dispossessed of their land. So I hope the Senate will rise up to the occasion and address this issue once and for all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There's no other request. So let's get the statement from Senator Professor Jeda. The two statements together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. I have two statements. The first statement is on a current issue on cage fish farming in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the massive death of cage fish in Lake Victoria, Kisumu County. In this statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should, 1, investigate the cause of the recent large-scale death of fish in Lake Victoria that has resulted, Mr. Speaker, sir, in devastating losses for fish farmers in Kisumu County, stating the number of cage fish that have died. Secondly, provide a record of cages in the Kisumu County section of Lake Victoria, as well as that of cage fish farmers, and state the financial implications of the sudden death of the cage fish. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, outline the measures the county government of Kisumu has put in place, if any, to mitigate the losses incurred as a result of the massive death of fish, as well as the mitigating mitigating the environmental causes of such death in the long term. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, to state the legal framework or regulations that the county government of Kisumu has adopted to govern and regulate cage fish farming, and whether there's a legal recourse for cage fish farmers recouping of the loss of their investment. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, is on the sugarcane farming and the sugar sector, sugar industry within Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise under Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding challenges faced by sugarcane farmers and the decline of the sugar industry in Kisumu County. In this statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek that the committee investigates the persistent challenges surrounding policy formulation and implementation, the management of sugar factories and financial woes that have led to decline of sugar production and resultant closure of sugar factories in Kisumu County. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, to address the plight of sugarcane farmers within Kisumu County who wish to experience productivity in sugarcane farming as an economic enterprise. Thirdly, to cause the county government of Kisumu to address the perennial challenges plaguing sugarcane farming in the county and undertake a visit to the various sugar factories to ascertain their status, functionality, productivity, and various measures, if any, adopted to address the plight of farmers internally. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, to summon the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Agriculture to explain the measures taken by the national government to ensure productivity and profitability of sugar manufacturing factories in Kenya and any incentives that have been created in a bid to ensure this goal is achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Is it a point of order you want to make a comment on the statements? Yeah?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
But he's already done with the statements. Is it concerning the statements or on different matter?
Concerning the statement.
Then make a comment on the statement, not a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you have just made a precedent. You allowed the Senator of Mombasa, Faki, to interrogate what Senator Cherargei did yesteryears. Using the same latitude, Mr. Speaker, could you allow me to congratulate Professor Tom Ochienda for his concern about the woes, financial woes, facing the sugar industry. And as he does so, is he also prepared, Mr. Speaker, to also go and explain to the farmers of Mumias Sugar Company on the role his clients and himself played in occasioning the same problem to the Mumias Sugar Company, Mr. Speaker?
No,
My
but
learned
you
friend,
know,
sorry, the
we
Senator
are
for
taking the
Kakamega-
wrong route, honorable members. You know, you are interrogating your own colleagues in the chamber. I think you are opening a Pandora box. Because, just a minute, Senator Karwale, don't go that route. Because you might be asked some serious questions which you will not be able to also interrogations.
Thank you.
No, Professor
Mr.
Tom.
Speaker, sir,
No,
I'm most obliged.
you made your case, Professor? Yes?
Just to respond to Senator Kalwale, Mr. Speaker, when
You are not on mic. There is a problem with mics, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the plight of sugarcane farmers, which is a national question, would apply across counties. And the plight of sugarcane farmers in Mumias, in Miwani, and in any other sugar factory, I think because most of them have not been paid, and the underlying questions, policy questions of privatization, of collapse and revival are cross-cutting, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the question of Mumias, of course, was my client. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, Senator the senator for Kakamega will be surprised that Mumias, as my client, I defended Mumias as a client and stood out, defended claims successfully against claims against the company. I never sued Mumias because Mumia was my client, and that's the position. Unfortunately, the politicization of some of the questions around the political period when the plight of Mumias was brought forth, I think, never brought out the real question, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that is why it is important that Mr. Khalwale, if he has any particular questions, we then address them, including, Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot of issues that are under litigation in court, which have everything to do with the process for privatizing Mumias Sugar Company and other companies, and for the benefit of Wananchi. I defend not only Mumias as a factory, but also, including, I would confess, the Roraka land saga. I think some of them were my clients. And I defended them on the basis of violation of rights then, you know? So, Mr. Speaker, sir, on Mumias, the plight of sugarcane farmers in Mumias, some of whom are my friends, are in the same position. They're in the same position as other sugarcane farmers. And I think any policy that would benefit the sugarcane farmers in Kisumu County would also benefit sugarcane farmers in Mumias, in West Kenya, in Kwale, Ramisi, because we also have clients in Ramisi, where you have Kwale Sugar also developing sugar for the benefit of the people, where we also have cases we are defending involving sugarcane farmers and the factories. So I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, the entire framework of the policies that we seek to interrogate under AFA, which is the framework legislation, basically benefit sugar farmers, and sugar factories also benefit, Mr. Speaker, sir, from a framework of privatization that would ensure that the development of cane is a process that will ensure that there's not only cane for the factory, but the sugarcane farmer is also paid in good time. Right now, most farmers in Mumias, in Kisumu County, that is Miwani, in Muhoroni, cane farmers remain unpaid. And it takes a long time for cane farmers to access money from the factories, even after their cane has been harvested. And a policy should be in place to ensure that these poor farmers are compensated, they get money in good time so that they're able to reinvest the money in farming, Mr. Speaker, sir. That's it.
Make your comment, Senator Samson Chalgay.
Mr. Speaker, two things. Since I come from the region that dependently mostly the sugar, Chemelil, Chemas area, Tindred sub-county, Masab sub-county. Of course, the Masab sub-county is a new area where we are planting sugar now. Mr. Speaker, we have similar problems. In addition, is to add, because I've seen my brother Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, there was a Kenya Privatization Commission. The nucleus of Chemelil, Miwani, and other part of nucleus was supposed to be privatized. And I remember his party leader, and before it comes to the floor of the House, the senator must look at the privatization issue of sugar industry. Because I remember his party leader held a meeting in one of the hotels in exclusion of farmers from Nandi. And that is why we are in High Court in Eldoret, Mr. Speaker, because they wanted to privatize Chemelil Sugar Company, yet part of the nucleus, because part of the nucleus of the sugar within that sector includes Nandi. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to add the issue of privatization of the...
Mr. Speaker, is it really in order, because this was a statement, that we are reducing it to a debate on the floor of the House?
Yeah, I have allowed them to make just comments, 1 or 2 minutes comment. But I nudged the professor because he was explaining a very pertinent matter.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Senate Minority Whip should be listening keenly, because in the statement of Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, he never included an additional issue or privatization of sugar sector. Because Kericho and Nandi, and I think understanding order 53.2, it says the speaker can allow additional comments. And that is why I'm saying when it comes to the Committee of Agriculture, we should look at the issue of privatization of nucleus that affects the other place, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Kenya sugar bill, that is before this House, before Parliament, and I think it is in the Senate, the sugar bill. Those are some of the issues we must look at and in
There's a minute moment.
Mr. Speaker, it was ruled in the morning by the Speaker. It was ruled that if the statement, what Senator Cherargei is doing is in order, I just want to support him, because the Speaker ruled that if you are adding information for the purpose of the committee, so I think is in order.
Proceed and finish up.
Mr. Speaker, in an upshot, I'm just giving additional information. The final information is we need to relook at the sugar bill. I think it is now before the Senate, before the lapse of the last session. Because we have running issues. Kericho County, where my brother Aaron Chiruyat, Senator, comes from, Nandi County and Kisumu County, and even Kakamega County and Vihiga. Also, and even Bungoma. We need to relook at that issue because we are stakeholders in this sugar bill. So I want, even as this matter comes before the House, we must look at what the status with the Kenya Privatization Commission happened on the issues of privatizing sugar companies. And we know people who went and brought, Mr. Speaker, individuals from even some areas and wanted to privatize. And even, Mr. Speaker, in that privatization, they wanted to give out, for example, Chemelil, without telling us who was taking over to do with what. Yet we wanted that nucleus to remain a sugar belt. Not somebody would have taken the lease and maybe planted potatoes or planted tomatoes, yet it was not the wish of the farmers from the Kisumu. And I'm happy that Senator Professor Tomo Agenda, in conclusion, is now facing and holding the bull by the horns. But I'm afraid that the party leader of, your party leader might not be the same page with you. But let us hope for the best in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I think I rise to support the statement by Professor Tomo Agenda, particularly regarding the decline in production of sugar in his county. And Mr. Speaker, personally, I do not come from a sugar growing area. I come from Murang'a. But I rise to support that statement because the issue affecting low production of most agricultural goods, Mr. Speaker, cuts across. And mostly, Mr. Speaker, it's about the cost of production. And this affects not only sugar, but affects also coffee and tea that are major cash crops of Murang'a County, where I come from, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the current regime has promised that it is going to make sure that the cost of production comes down, Mr. Speaker. And I think as the committee addresses that, I think the major thing that we should do is fast track on reduction of production cost, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of cartels in marketing of agricultural commodities must also be addressed as we look at the low production, Mr. Speaker, because I think farmers are demotivated because of the low prices or the low yield, the low income that they continue receiving from agricultural products, Mr. Speaker. I remember sometimes last month in Murang'a, we had some professionals that was taking us through and telling us why the farmer was not benefiting from his sweat. And we got very shocked, Mr. Speaker, that some companies have registered as coffee marketers using one name. Then they take another name, they register another company. The same people register another company as a buying company, Mr. Speaker. And so the seller becomes the buyer. And so the price, Mr. Speaker, is compromised. I do not know whether that is the same thing that is happening with sugar, but I think as the committee looks at that, I think that is something that they may want to know whether the same thing happening, where somebody converts themselves into a seller and converts themselves again into a buyer using another company, Mr. Speaker. And I think as that issue is looked at, let us see that the cartels are also arrested, Mr. Speaker, so that the farmers of sugar, coffee, tea, milk can gain from their sweat, Mr. Speaker. And so I support especially the issue of low production of farmers of sugar in Kisumu and farmers everywhere, because it cuts across, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Kadri Muma. It's okay now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this. I rise to support the statement by Professor Tom Ojienda, who is my senator from Kisumu. And Mr. Speaker, even as I support, I would want to urge that the committee that will look at this issue should for once depoliticize the addressing of problems of farmers in the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, sugar farmers in this country, whether they are from Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma, Nandi, are all suffering because we have politicized the management of the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the parastatals around the sugar factories actually collapsed. Most of these sugar factories are leased to private actors, and those private actors are not better than what the parastatals were. Mr. Speaker, every time we stand as politicians to speak about the sugar industry, we speak at each other. I can see the statement is asking the governor to give some answers, answers that the governor might not have. Because as you know, the sugar industries, Mumias, Nzoia, Busia, were in the hands of the national government. And by the time devolution came, most of those sugar factories had actually collapsed. What we have not done properly is to find out what the Kenya Sugar Research Foundation found out on the viability of farming sugarcane in the manner that we do in Kenya. We have not done that. We politically cheer on farmers to proceed and plant sugarcane in acreages that are not viable. So they we assume they're going to make profit when they know they're not going to make profit, because it is not politically correct to tell them that they may not make profit. We have not put enough funds in the research to be able to design our sugarcane farming in a manner that it can be profitable, like in the countries in Mauritius. Mr. Speaker, we must stop the political blame game across politicians who don't know how to farm. In fact, who farm as telephone farmers and cut the queue and get paid anyways because they're politicians. But we have farmers who are suffering. I suggest that committee should take this issue seriously. It should do a proper research, a historical research on what happened with Kenya Sugar Research Foundation, Kenya Sugar Authority, how the sugar factories were transitioned, what is owed to the farmers, how much land of the nucleus has been grabbed, and let us have this candidly looked at. Mr. Speaker, I believe if sugarcane farmers focused, I'm finalizing, I know you want to caution me, but I just thought I should put in that we must not mislead our farmers by giving the impression that by exchanging with each other, we are going to resolve their issues. We need to look at this fundamentally, and the committee that is looking at it should not take it as a small job. It should take it as a serious job that should look at all of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kadri. Honorable Senators, you remember we made some resolutions when we were in Mombasa and agreeing that the statement hour is strictly 1 hour. And I can see there are several requests, and we are 10 minutes to 3:30. So I'm kindly requesting that you just make a brief statement, or a brief comment, and take time. Actually, when now the committee summons the CS Agriculture, you can now go to that sitting so that now you can execute your issues, as it was clearly put in by the Senator for Isiolo, my good neighbor, Senator Nduro. You know, she's a veteran and she knows you cannot execute issues here when the CS is not around. So, Senator Lenda Molekina, 2 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I consider sugarcane as a poor man's crop. And I'll be a very happy man the day that farmers in Kenya, and particularly in Kisumu, would move away from sugar planting. And why am I saying that? Although I support the statement by the distinguished senator from Kisumu, we have a big challenge in this country. And I hope that the committee, and this is why I want to challenge the committee, in as far as my colleague has requested for about 5 issues to be looked at, I want to further request the committee to extend by finding out whether we have done enough research to find out how we can be able to utilize everything in the sugar industry. Number one, the bagasse. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we have never found a way to utilize all the different processes, all the things that we can get from the bagasse, like building materials. That is what can be able to help that sugar industry thrive. The challenge we have now is that sugarcane is a seasonal crop. So those factories will collapse because it's a seasonal crop. A farmer, that's why I call it a lazy man's crop. A farmer plants that sugarcane, stays for 18 months so that they can be able to crush the cane. And when it comes to crushing that cane, because we have the same problem in Narok, and I hope that when the Committee of Agriculture will be investigating on the issues raised by my colleague, they will extend to Narok County because it affects the entire sugar belt. If we move away from sugar and we go into corn production, we can be able to produce enough animal feeds for our country. And that farmer will not have to sit for 18 months to wait for that sugarcane to be crushed. We are using old technology to crush that sugarcane. The cost of production is very high. You know, it is inefficient. Even the way we transport that sugarcane, it is completely inefficient. So the only way we are going to make meaningful decisions in this country, and even formulate policies that will help those sugarcane farmers, is by agreeing to accept the fact that when it comes to the issue of Mumia sugar or the plants in Kisumu, there is a time that equipment become obsolete. So remove them, adapt new technologies, and also think of adding value. That is the only time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will not have this problem that my colleague, the distinguished senator from Kisumu, is talking about here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Thank you. Senator Otsosi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
2
the
minutes
opportunity
again
to also support the statement by my neighbor and my friend, Professor Ojenda, the Senator of Kisumu, to say that this particular statement is very timely because, Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, and I want to really congratulate my neighbor and my friend, Senator Khalware, that Mumias now is doing some minimal production. And I want to thank Senator Khalware for supporting that effort. And as one of the leaders in the region, I also support and encourage that the other leaders should support that initiative so that we bring back Mumias to full-scale production of sugar so that our farmers can benefit. But Mr. Speaker, this kind of assignments have been done in this House and also in the National Assembly. And many reports have been produced with very good ideas, but nothing is happening. What we lack in this country when it comes to matters sugar is a political goodwill of re-engineering this business, sugar business. It is not there because some of these policymakers are the ones who are importing sugar, and it's profitable for them to import sugar. So they don't want the industry to thrive because they will lose business. So I think we want to see some serious action by the Kenya Kwanza government to stop these sugar barons from importing sugar so that we can now revive our sugar industry. We cannot revive our sugar industry if we continue allowing sugar barons to bring in sugar. Some of them even pretend they are producing sugar when they are simply importing and packaging that sugar and selling it to Kenyans. So as a leader from the Western region, I fully support the initiative to bring back Mumias to life, and I want to encourage many other people to do what Senator Khalware did last weekend by going to Mumias Sugar and even inspecting what is being done there and supporting. So we expect even the President, Honorable William Ruto, one of the things he promised in the Kenya Kwanza Coalition Pact was
Senator Boni, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Mumias Sugar Company is emotive, is a matter of life and death. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak here today, I want to tell this House that one Dr. Evans Kidero and Professor Ojenda, they almost killed me in court because of Mumias Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know the rules of debate. I would like to invite the Honorable Senator to release the 280 million shillings that were deposited in his account for services that was not rendered and which he has been covering, hiding, gacking EACC. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to add on that statement that they should come up with an answer to tell us how they are going to recover the billions of shillings owed to Mumias Sugar Company by perpetrators of graft and economic crimes, as I've described above, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Professor.
It is good that, that Senator Khalwale is falling into the bracket of rumor mongers and individuals who speak to facts that they don't verify, and it's very unfortunate. Mr. Khalwale, may I remind you that, Mr. Speaker, may I remind Mr. Khalwale that Mr. Khalwale is referring to a report that was released in 2018, was it 2016 or 2018? A report that was released in the public without an investigation or interrogation on Mumias Sugar Company then, and which had said that a sum of 280 million had been deposited to my account and the account of Kidero. I don't know where that came from. Mr. Speaker, at the time in question, I was a lawyer in the panel of Mumias Sugar Company, the total budget, legal budget of Mumia Sugar Company per year for the 13 law firms in the panel was 50 million shillings per year. I'd been in the panel of Mumia Sugar Company for, I think, 5 years, so that even if I was the only law firm paid for defending cases, that would have been 150 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, sir, the total sum of money paid to my law firm from Mumia Sugar Company in the entire period that I defended Mumia Sugar Company, Mr. Speaker, sir, was a total of 50 million shillings for about 8 years. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, against that, the company owes me in excess of Kenya shillings, 150 million shillings, unpaid to date, and in respect of which there is receivership proceedings going on. And I think Mr. Alliance friend Mr. Senator for Kakamega has no facts. He's behaving like any other politician who is rumor monging in the marketplace. Senator, just get facts. The issue in question, the Speaker, sir, was investigated by EACC to finality and was the subject of litigation in court, and decisions were made on that question. And these are questions of fact, Mr. Speaker, sir. You cannot hide money. You cannot carry money in a bag. You cannot carry 200 million shillings in a bag. It doesn't work that way. There has to be a transfer process. There have to be transactions. It's very easy to trace. Mr. Speaker, sir, Senator knows that that is the procedure. So I think I will invite you, Senator Kakamega, to visit me, and I will show you the way. That indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, the people of Mumias have benefited from the legal services rendered by myself and my law firm at a fair value, gross undervalue, for services by senior counsel. So, Senator Halwale, you've commented on Dr. Kidero and the suit. I think that there was a defamation suit between Senator Halwale and Dr. Kidero. Those are matters that are in court.
And distinguished Senator for Kisumu County, I want to assist you on this matter. And advise Senator Karwale, if you want to discuss our colleague Senator Professor Jed, are you standing on the 114? You bring a motion to discuss those matters. Now you can be able to discuss issues concerning your colleague, Senator. Number two, you have mentioned other city Kenyans who are out there, who cannot be able to come to this house to defend themselves. So kindly also bring a substantive motion so that you can be able to mention their names, so that also they can appear before a committee and clear their names. Let us give justice. Stop. You just sit down. Why are you standing, sitting? Sit down, relax. I'll give you that time. Yes, Bonnie, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this. I respect the rules of debate. And Professor Ojenda has challenged me that I'm proceeding.
He has challenged you after you mentioned his name.
Yes, but correctly so, that I don't have facts. Mr. Speaker, I'll move under the standing orders to bring the substantive motion. But just
bring the motion. Don't hand anything. Bring the motion.
Not now, Mr. Speaker.
Next week.
I'll bring. But so that the record remains clear, on 18th of March, 2015, Mr. Speaker,
no, you can't
the
proceed
Chief
that way,
Magistrate
Senator Karwale.
of Kibera
Senator Karwale,
ordered that
on that
Professor
matter.
Ojenda's account at Standard Bank, he should be investigated.
Karwale, you're out of order. Boni Karwale, Senator Karwale. Senator Karwale. Senator Karwale, you risk now facing the door. Yes, Senator Samson Cherage.
Mr. Speaker, to allow the House to proceed, Senator, could you rule that Senator Professor Tom Ojenda and Senator Boni Halwale are out of order as per the Standing Order 103? Because these are matters of sub judice, Mr. Speaker. We are aware they are under receivership proceedings that are ongoing in court. And they are bringing alive matters before this House, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request that you rule out of order both Senator Professor Tomo Jenda and Senator Boni Khalwale. And by the way,
It's
Mr.
only
Speaker,
Senator Boni Khalwale who is out of order, not Senator
no,
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, but also Senator Professor Tomo Jenda has brought matters that under receivership that have they have been litigated in court. So he's also out of order, Mr. Speaker, as per standing order
He was
103.
provoked beyond reasonable parameters.
No, but Mr. Speaker, the standing order does not say when you are provoked beyond reasonable doubt or beyond emotional limit or beyond reason, you must discuss issues that are alive, Mr. Speaker, before the court. So they should be ruled out of order, both of them, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Andy.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order number 98, 4, and urge you to request Senator of Kakamega probably to leave the chambers, because you have ruled in a matter twice, and he persistently continues to rise on the same matter and insist to discuss the same matter, even when you have ruled that this matter should be brought as a motion. He still goes ahead and prosecutes on the matter, Mr. Speaker. Is he in order? In fact, it's a very gross violation of not only a point of order, but also disrespect to the chair. So, with point of order number 98-4, may you ask the Senator of Kakamega to leave the chambers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Oledama.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing under standing order number 1, but I'm very sure there's another standing order I cannot remember. We are discussing a statement that has been brought by the distinguished senator from Kisumu. Earlier on, your brother, the Speaker, gave us directions on what we should do when it comes to debating statements. In fact, if I remember very well, the Speaker directed that when it comes to contributing to statements, we limit our contribution to what we want the committee to carry out and investigate. I'd like to seek your indulgence on this matter so that we can proceed, because earlier on you limited our time for debate to 2 minutes. We are now moving into personal issues. The distinguished senator from Bungoma,
That ruling,
Kakamega, clearly
Senator
stated
Redama
that this is an
Orekina.
emotive matter. So I'd like to beseech you, Mr. Speaker, that we do not tolerate this matter anymore. Can you give us directions on this statement so that we can move forward?
Resume your seat. The 2 statements are referred to the Committee on Agriculture. Senator William Cheptumo.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague, Honorable Senator Narok, has said what I wanted to say. Even for Honorable Cherargei to allege that Senator Ochanda has spoken about the matter in court, he only said that there is proceedings in court. I think, Mr. Speaker, so that we utilize our time more productively, it is important that you proceed as proposed by my colleague so that we move to the other
Senator
issues.
Cheptumo, I gave you on a different matter, not on the sugar issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At least I have used... Mr. Speaker, the point I wanted to raise is that I wanted to guide my colleagues in the House. My committee, Mr. Speaker, has received a number of statements, and especially on matters on drought and food distribution. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, here, the Minister for East Africa and ASELS and Regional Development appeared before my committee to answer questions touching on the issue of relief, distribution, and so on. It transpired, Mr. Speaker, in that session that that department now, or special programs, under the Executive Order number 1, is actually now squarely in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make this clear so that as my colleagues continue to raise questions, they should be able to refer to the Executive Order number 1 so that they are able to direct the questions to the relevant departments. Mr. Speaker, in particular now, my brother Otosi, Senator, has raised an issue on the same subject, and it was read, I think, in the morning. But I felt it was good for me, as a responsible chair, to assist my colleagues so that in future, they raise questions on relief distribution to Minister of Labor and Social Protection. That will save members' time, Mr. Speaker, rather than them directing to my committee, then we write to you, and we lose a lot of time. That is all I wanted to clarify, Mr. Speaker, today. I think it's very important.
Thank you, Senator Cheptumo. I hope now members are well advised that issues on relief should be directed to the Minister of Labor, not security, not the Committee on Security, to the Committee on Labor. That is the Ministry of Labor is now in charge of the food distribution. Majority Leader, make your statement under 57(1).
Mr. Speaker, sugar is a very important cash crop in my county. In fact, after tea, the next big earner in my county is sugarcane. And therefore, I had a small comment on the statement brought by my neighbor.
I'll make your comment. You know, it is Senator Karwale who digressed a lot.
Yeah.
We are forced to cover debate on the sugar issues today.
For sure. But the matter has been ably handled by yourself, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter. But looking at the issues that have been raised by our colleague, Senator Ojienda, I believe his biggest relief or reprieve to the people he represents in this House is for him to walk to the Director Legal, either in Senate or National Assembly, extract a copy of the sugar bill that was developed by the National Assembly, and come and push it in this House. All these issues, we've talked about all these matters for the last 10 years in this House. And it's a shame as leaders, we have not been able to do this. So I want to urge, just like we formed a caucus of last parliament of senators from the tea-growing counties, and we were able to fight together until we came up with a revolutionary act of parliament that increased the earnings of our farmers. There's still a lot to be done. I want to urge you, Senator Tom, that gather us together also as senators representing counties that are have sugarcane growing farmers, and we will work together. I believe there's nothing in this statement that cannot be addressed by that particular bill, because this is a very important industry in our economy, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add just a simple comment that we must as well expedite the process of privatization. The reason why Uganda continues to produce more sugar than us is because 20 years ago, Uganda took the decision to privatize what were then public mills. And since then, they have become extremely profitable. They have a surplus. That's why they feed us. That's why on many occasions when we block sugar from Uganda, within 2 weeks, President Museveni or his Minister for Finance and Trade arrives here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. That needs not to be the situation. I believe if we conclude on that exercise, and the task force completed on the exercise, Privatization Commission has done all the studies, we know what the value of the mill and the nucleus across all the 18 publicly owned sugar factories in the country, what the value is. So we need just to take a decision and inform or call the minister to this House to give us the roadmap, especially those of us that are interested parties representing farmers that continue to wallow in poverty. I don't agree with the statement made by Senator Ledama that sugar is a poor man's crop. It's not true. That's a statement based on ignorance, Mr. Speaker. I know for a fact that even in my county, farmers that have sugarcane and tea, on many occasions, if they manage, because it's all about the ability to develop your cane well. If you invest well, put the correct amount of fertilizer, irrigate it properly, allow it to mature, you don't use any shortcuts, you have better earnings than even in any other crop, Mr. Speaker. Or you said lazy mans. No, don't call my farmers lazy. They are very hardworking. And even your own farmers I was in Kilgoris 3 weeks ago because I know a lot about this sector because I'm an investor in the sugar industry, Mr. Speaker. And I was in his county. Kilgoris as a town will become a ghost town if he dares encourage his farmers to move away from sugarcane farming. They rely on it 100%. That town revolves because of sugar. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to Senator Tom perhaps inviting us and forming a tea caucus or sugarcane caucus of senators that represent this. And all of us, we can sit down and conclude, expedite the bill, and our farmers can enjoy. I move on to this statement, Mr. Speaker. It's a statement by the Majority Leader that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1, I present the business of the Senate the week commencing Tuesday, the 22nd of November, 2022. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, on Tuesday, the 22nd of November, 2022, the Senate Business Committee will consider and approve the business for the day. This is projected to contain business that will not be concluded from today's order paper and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. The order paper for Wednesday, 23rd November, and for Thursday, 24th, will contain business that will not have been concluded in the previous day, respectively, as well as petitions, statements, and any other business scheduled by the SBC. Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms of legislative business, 2 bills are awaiting the second reading stage. These bills are the County Vocational and Training Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2022, I think by Senator Moses Kajwang, if I'm not wrong, and the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022. The County Government's Additional Allocation Bill has been scheduled in today's order paper. In view of the need of both houses of Parliament to expeditiously consider and pass the bill, preferably before we can break for the long recess and before the House can rest for the Christmas holidays, because, like I explained, Mr. Speaker, this bill is locking billions, hundreds of billions actually, of donors, funding, and other conditional grants to our counties, Mr. Speaker. And it's really unfortunate but I want it to be known in the public domain that as Senate, we have been ready and have done our best. We are actually awaiting a report of reconciliation from our engagement with Treasury. That's the information I got from Senator Ali Robert, the chairman of Budget and Finance Committee. And as of this afternoon, when we resumed our sitting, Treasury was yet to send that particular report. So it's the Treasury actually that is standing on the way. The reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is because nowadays any governor that I bump into, and those that have access to my phone, those that are known to me personally, the one thing they are calling to ask that we expedite is this particular bill because of how much it's clogging up county resources in terms of development funds. So I want to urge Senator Robert perhaps to still continue pursuing the people from Treasury. If the report comes today in the afternoon, please ensure that you consider it. We shall be here up to 6:30. Who knows, if you're ready and your committee can meet and consider it, we are ready to transact business. We can even do an extension of time because we are here to work, Mr. Speaker. We can conclude on second reading and then maybe await for Tuesday next week, the 22nd, to conclude on the third reading, Mr. Speaker. I urge honorable senators to be available in the House during debate and subsequent divisions, as the bill will require necessary threshold for passing. Of course, to the new senators, they understand the magic number of 24. If we don't have 24 delegations, this bill is not likely to pass. And you would imagine the kind of shame we'd find ourselves into if once the report from the committee is ready, and yet you cannot raise the requisite delegated, or the requisite actually delegations to pass this particular bill. I want to urge senators, I continue to remind people, Mr. Speaker, that the stage and the platform of Parliament is a premium stage. I cannot find any other place where you can speak to the issues that affect the people that sent you to this House. You're being paid very well, actually, to be a member of Parliament. I have never understood why on an afternoon like today, you cannot find members of Parliament in Parliament speaking about issues. These things that you're debating about sugar, about whatever, it's important that your citizens feel part and parcel, because all these things affect us in one way or the other. Mr. Speaker, there are also 3 bills which are undergoing concurrence process contemplated pursuant to Article 110.3 we may soon even be bolding, actually, 110.3. I think it was Deputy Speaker Eunice Gishangi who told me the other day that in her constitution, Article 110.3 is beginning to wane off. Because
are you taking my position and giving to the deputy clerk?
no, I was just referring to her. I'm not giving her any instructions. But I said, if you get a copy of our constitution, Article 110.3 has begun to lose ink because of the number of times she has had to read it. This is at the heart of our operations, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that this morning we had a discussion between the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker of the National Assembly, and the team that is working on the concurrence process. It's my sincere most hope that by end of next week we can conclude on that process. The three bills, Mr. Speaker, are the number one, the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Bill, number two, Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill. It's a bill of the Senate, number 7 of 2022, and the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill. I want to believe this is the one that was being pushed last time by one of our colleague senators. Very important for senators that come from counties that have natural resources, mining and things like that. Mr. Speaker, with respect to other business of the House, there have been numerous statements sought from the standing committees pursuant to Standing Order number 53.1, and others referred to standing committees pursuant to Standing Order number 52.3. I urge respective committees to expedite the consideration of the business before them and table reports pursuant to the standing order. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we are looking forward to, because each afternoon for the last 3 or 4 weeks, I have seen senators bring before this House their statements. But as is the case, or as is expected actually, there is none that has been tabled, no response yet has been tabled. Many of those matters are still before our committees, and I want to plead with committee chairpersons to push on this particular business, ensure that the statements that are brought by members are considered and the response brought. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I applaud honorable senators who have filed motions and statements on various issues, and those who have taken up bills that lapsed by the end of the term of the 12th Parliament. These bills are now being processed and will be scheduled in the order paper after the concurrence process is completed. Again, the issue of Article 110.3. That's why we are pushing so hard to conclude, so that we can move away from this issue of meeting on an afternoon like this and you don't have business to consider. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hereby lay the statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 8, the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2022, second reading.
As Chair, Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the County Government Additional Allocation Bill number 2, and which is Senate Bill number 4 of 2022, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the County Government Additional Allocation Bill number 2, which is Senate Bill number 4 of 2022, was published by Kenya Gazette, notice number 163 of 26th of October 2022, and was introduced in the Senate by way of first reading on Tuesday, 8th of November 2022. Thereafter, the bill stood committed to the Senate Standing Committee of Finance and Budget, pursuant to Standing Orders 145.1 of the Senate Standing Orders. Mr. Speaker, sir, the primary object of this bill is to provide for transfer of conditional and unconditional allocation from the national government share of revenue under Article 202.2 of the Constitution of Kenya, and additional allocation from the proceeds of loans and grants of development partners in line with Article 190 of the Constitution of Kenya for county governments to benefit from this additional allocation in the financial year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, we've since progressed very well as committee, and we've had stakeholder engagements comprising of written submissions via publication in Daily Nation newspaper on Wednesday, 9th of November 2022, inviting members of the public and other stakeholders to present their memoranda to the committee on the bill. And that has happened, Mr. Speaker, sir. The committee also sent invitation to other stakeholders.
He is moving the motion. Is it point of order on the motion that he is moving? You will have time to contribute. You will have time to contribute either to support or not to support. Proceed, Chairman. Proceed, Senator Liroba. What is it? Which is standing order? Which number?
Which reads? Which reads?
Just a minute, Senator Liroba.
The party leader is smiling. He should know what is coming is not a smiling matter. Mr. Speaker, understanding 148. In neatness and order of the House, I've heard my brother, Senator Robert, moving the motion. But as he moves the motion, his committee has not given us a report, so that we are aware, because he's telling us it was advertised in Daily Nation, there was stakeholder. I wish, Mr. Speaker, the report on this matter would have come up so that we are able to follow what is moving, Mr. Speaker, because it is a matter that was considered by the committee as per the standing order 148. So I know he has 30 calendar days. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, can at least either he tells us he will table the report later and he finishes moving, or what do we do, Mr. Speaker? That's the clarification I was.
Thank you, Senator Samson. You know you have interrupted him. Where I see it, I know you'll mention about the issue you are listening. So don't interrupt him. Now listen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. And I was coming to share the same in subsequent discussion. This is just as a matter of critical importance because of the level of importance that this bill holds. I thought that giving a little bit of flesh and background on the bill is extremely critical. We have engaged the critical stakeholders and various inputs have been brought to light. Mr. Speaker, sir, as shared previously by Majority Leader, the stakeholders, what the stakeholders have shared with us and what is published in the bill has shared some variance. And subsequently, we've called National Treasury to be able to expound on the same. National Treasury has promised to respond to us by end of day yesterday. That has not happened. That is why we have not had the report ready, and we shall table the report upon receipt of the inputs that are required from National Treasury for tabling, and subsequently carry out the necessary amendments for purpose of reconciling the numbers between what is contained in the bill as well as what has been shared from external stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and request my brother, Senator Khalwale, to second. Thank you very much.
Senator Boni Karwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion and would like to add my voice to the fact that whereas Senator Cherargei is perfectly right, but we are doing this in the interest of fast tracking. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a vehicle to transfer additional funds to our counties. Funds that came due as a result of grants and loans from development partners in accordance with our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this being the case, we would like to appeal to the House to be patient and know that once the National Treasury releases her thoughts to us, then at the appropriate time, and the time is there, we can do it in third reading, we will make the necessary adjustments so as to beat any further delay and be able to succeed. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are fast-tracking this, it is because the Equalization Fund, which in the old bill was being carried along with the additional allocations, served as a speed governor, Mr. Speaker. A speed governor to the extent that the court had made a determination and the court had advised that until the government formed a board for the Equalization Fund, the money could not be spent. Secondly, it is not entirely agreed who are the counties that should be the beneficiaries for the Equalization Fund. There are those people who believe that the counties to benefit are strictly the counties that suffered under Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, Mr. Speaker, that denied Mandera, Marsabit, Wajir, and Garissa, together with Turkana, access to development funds because of poor policy. So because the Constitution corrected this, Mr. Speaker, and the application of the Equalization Fund is being...
What is
I
your
can't
point of
concentrate.
order? Senator Moment.
Nimemsikia ndugu yangu Dr. Khalwale akisema kwamba zile county ambazo ziko marginalized hazijakubalika. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la awamu ya pili ya county ambazo zimetajwa kuwa marginalized ni swala ambalo lililetwa hapa katika hili bunge katika muhula uliokwisha, na county ambazo ziliongezeka nafikiri zilitoka 14 mpaka 32 ama 34 ambazo sasa zinatambulika kama marginalized county. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Khalwale analipoteza bunge hili anaposema kwamba county ambazo ziko marginalized ama zimetengwa hazijakubalika, kwa sababu swala hili liletwa katika bunge hili muhula uliopita na likapitishwa kwamba county ambazo ziko marginalized ni 34 na sio 14 ambazo zilikuwa kwenye awali. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ingefaa arekebishe swala hilo.
Senator Boni, nikiongeza kidogo sababu nimekuwa, unajua kile kipindi senator hakuwa hapa bungeni senator, lakini nataka kumweleza kwamba siku hizi utaratibu wa marginalization unaenda mpaka kwa kata ndogo. Kata ndogo inakuwa categorized. Kama kata iko Kakamega na ina umaskini, inaweza chukuliwa hiyo location ama kata ndogo na ipewe hela za marginalization. Na wakati Mheshimiwa Karwale, wakati umeambiwa hoja ya nidhamu, unakaa kwa kiti, unangoje kuwa umeketi, alafu kimaliziwa unaamka. Huo ndio utaratibu wa bunge hili. Endelea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was standing because you are not on your feet. Otherwise, I would have sat down immediately. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appreciate what you're saying. I really do. But I was speaking to the letter and spirit of the Constitution 2010. It was meant for a short period of only 20 years. It was meant to right a wrong against Kenyans who live in those areas that I've tabulated. But that there has been further wisdom, and this has been expanded to include areas that are marginalized. Mr. Speaker, it is going to call upon this House to reflect on this matter very seriously, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, we might as well call the entire country as being marginalized. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is no county in Kenya today that does not have a region, a village, a sublocation, or a location that would require the support from marginalization. Even the great Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, Nairobi has got Mukuru kwa Njenga. It has, Mr. Speaker, the Kibera slums. Automatically, you would then record Nairobi as a marginalized area. These are things that we are supposed to speak to with honesty, maturity, a lot of reflection, and feel pain, like the Turkana. Feel pain, like the Somali in those areas, in Garissa, the Pokots, Mr. Speaker, the Pokomos. These are people who have really been disadvantaged because of our policy. So we needed it in the Constitution so that that policy could be corrected, and a sunset clause was put. I can confidently tell you that there are places in Mandera today that are richer than other places in Kakamega. But because the people of Kakamega were not treated badly through bad policy, like the people of Mandera at that time, we wouldn't mind if for a short period of 20 years it is righted. And for your information, Mr. Speaker, you can see, due to this hackling, already 12 years of the 20 years is over. We are remaining with only a mere 8 years. So, members, I'm requesting that we all move behind my chairman's bill so that this money can arrive to the food tables of these families and to the villages for development for their use, both in those houses, in those villages, and in their hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the same breath, we should also encourage the chairman to lead us in the manner he has led us, to ensure that, again, the issue of equalization fund is also fast-tracked, because it is holding now 15.88 billion shillings, just lying there, which can be due for development. Mr. Speaker, the issue of development touches our people, especially when it goes where the education of their children is. Even matters of hunger, our villagers will struggle and keep quiet and whatnot, but when it comes to education, our people cannot take it, because our people have discovered that education is indeed a social equalizer, and they wouldn't sit back when they know that a child in Vihiga has a better chance of doing in school than a child from, shall I say, in Tana River. I therefore would like to appeal to colleagues, members of this Senate, and colleagues, members of the National Assembly, and colleagues, MCS, that we should all be united, Mr. Speaker, and defend the education of the children of Kenya, whether from rich or poor families. And this new policy of competency-based curricula that is attempting to replace knowledge-based curricula is going to create a class, because the requirement for CBC is such that the ordinary woman in Shinyalu, in Luahaha, in a village in Tana River cannot afford. We should fight CBC so that if somebody thinks CBC is good, they should start by declaring that they are going to make access to CBC free of charge. But for as long as parents are involved, nobody can afford. Mr. Speaker, sir, for as long as we continue asking parents to do homework for their children, it cannot succeed. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of the parents are actually illiterate. So how will they do homework for their children? It's a bad policy. It is defeatist. It is divisive. It must fall, we must fight it, and we must win for the sake of the poor. I second the motion, the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And now, honorable senators, I now propose that the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2002 be now read a second time. And now I request allow senators to make their comments. Senator Olekina Rendama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the County Government Additional Allocation Bill number 2 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, from a little background, 2 years ago, we carried out about 11 votes when we were fighting for the division, for the revenue formula, to be able to determine how much money will be able to go into our counties. During that time, Mr. Speaker, we had a very good, interesting debate on whether the money should be divided based on the land size or based on the number of the people. But wisdom prevailed in this House, and we were able to divide the money, following a formula that we developed, all of us, so that we can be able to support our counties. Mr. Speaker, during the time of the debate, when we were all fighting for about 342 billion, we received some information that our money had been increased to 370 billion. So all of us were excited. But little did we know that all conditional grants were now being calculated as part of the division of revenue, so that we could get about 370 billion. When it came to the time when we were going through the budget policy statement, and the time that we were now considering the division of revenue bill, dividing revenue between the two levels of government, is when it dawned on us that the reason why the money had gone up to 370 billion and the formula had already been approved by this House is because Treasury and all those people who were fighting had found a clever way of taking all the conditional grants and putting them into the formula. So, Mr. Speaker, it all started, a big debate started, it ended up into litigation, and finally, the courts agreed with the Senate that you cannot, commingle the funds. You cannot take the conditional grants and add them into and divide them. So this is why we are now being invited to come up with a law. And the reason why I'm giving this background is because I was sitting here and I was listening to my brother, the majority whip, seconding the bill, and he deviated completely and he started talking about the issue of the marginalization fund. But I knew that it is important for us to go through, or the equalization fund, to be able to talk about why this bill is very, very important. This is a bill which is going to support us. And I thank the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, because this year, the Supreme Court gave this Senate the authority to be able to oversight on these funds. We were fighting between the Senate and the National Assembly on even the title of this act. Mr. Speaker, before it was called Conditional Grants Bill, and then all of a sudden we agreed that let's call it Additional Revenue Allocation to the counties. So, Mr. Speaker, the importance of this bill, I see it in two fronts. One, it is in aiding this Senate to be able to carry out its oversight mandate. Number two, it is also to ensure that in every year, every cycle, when we are doing the division of revenue, or when the National Assembly comes out with the budget, we can also consider more money going into the counties. This is money that comes in forms of grants, loans, from the World Bank, donations, because it is very clear. It says the county government additional allocation. Additional allocation is different from the division of revenue or from CARA, the county revenue allocations. You know, when I stand here, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I support this bill is because I know Narok County will get an additional 512 million shillings. There is a clear schedule, and I hope it's in this bill because I've just gone through the bill. I'm debating based on memory. But I think if you open, and I want to invite my dear brother, my majority whip, to look at page 69. Because when you look at here, the total amount that Narok County will get, and this is why I'm very excited about it, is 1 billion shillings. More than the 8 billion which it receives in the division of revenue. Kakamega, where my good friend comes from, I think we'll get the big lion's share. Kakamega, what is county number what? And please, can you be increasing the font? Nimeanza kuzeeka. That ngapi? No, actually, Kakamega, sijui pesa yako mtapata. That is for the? That's where they'll get more money. Oh yeah, that's for the equalization fund. But the additional revenue allocation in terms of grants. And it's very interesting, and I'm glad, thank you, Senator Sifuna, because I've seen that they have now also added the equalization fund money here. This is actually very good, because once you add the equalization fund here, you are able now to ensure that you legislate on all those funds as additional allocation. That was ingenious, I must say, of the National Assembly, because they did not want a process where we come back and we go back and forth in terms of regulations, even though we passed the regulations on equalization fund. But the most important thing about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that all grants, you know, World Bank. Today I was having lunch with Governor from Kisumu, and he was raising concern on projects which are funded by the World Bank. These projects which are funded by the World Bank, money comes in the first phase, but second phase, the money do not reach the counties. And it is because we do not have a legislative framework to be able to ensure that this money is released on time and all those conditions which are set by the donor agencies are met. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a bill that I want to request all the 47 delegations to be present to be able to pass it. And I thank the chair of budget for moving expeditiously to be able to bring this matter so that we can debate. I understand the challenge we have in terms of debating when we do not have a report. But I believe that we still have third reading. You know, if we pass this bill in the second reading, we actually, it's like a conveyor belt. We are moving one step at a time. So I want to plead with my colleagues, because I had Senator Cherargei concerned that he has not read the report. But I think for us to be able to bring business into this house, anytime we have a bill, and I appreciate the work that the Budget Committee is doing, we move fast, so that before we go into the third reading, if there are concerns, we can be able to amend them. We can be able to discuss them on this floor when we get an opportunity to be able to read the report. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, without deliberating too much on these issues, I support.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the Committee of Budget and Finance, a committee that I really respect and admire. I've served for many, many years, and I appreciate every time they are challenged, like we have challenged them now, to work expeditiously and sometimes burn the midnight oil to bring us and process certain matters that are of an urgent nature. You know, over time, it's easy for somebody to think and say, why hasn't the committee given us a report? We have not concluded on reading, and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. But the thing that I have learned from experience over the years, Mr. Speaker, is that money issues are not the issues that we agree on so easily. And so you find yourself on many occasions that we end up agreeing actually on the last minute and saying, okay, we finally have a deal, let's go and pass it as is. That's why, unlike all the other bills that come before this House, Mr. Speaker, this one, and like others also of the Finance Committee, are being brought, first of all, late, but also, secondly, in a hurried and maybe sometimes even not yet fully ripe, if I may use that word, for processing before the House, Mr. Speaker. But in strict reading of our standing orders, it's not a must for us to have that particular report to inform our debate, because the debate is informed by the bill itself, not the report that we get. It is during third reading, when you get the justification from the committee report of why they are proposing certain amendments, that you can rise and say, because we don't debate, but we give justifications or dissatisfaction with certain proposed amendments during third reading, and say, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with this particular change to the clause because of ABCD, and you sit down. Or somebody rises and say, I've seen the justification on the report. The reason why we are proposing this amendment is because of ABCD. That holds true for the people that I represent in this House, and therefore I support that particular amendment, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to urge colleague senators who are in the House to read the contents of this bill. This is perhaps one of the most important businesses that the Senate gets to transact each and every financial year. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that we play some history, how we ended up with this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. You know, previously, we used to carry conditional and unconditional grants as part of the annual Dora and Kara bill, Mr. Speaker. But there have been litigations in court and people not agreeing. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, the history of conditional and unconditional grants began around 2015, when it was realized that about 5 counties, and part of them are still actually beneficiaries, even in this particular bill today, that absolutely had nowhere that they could call a county headquarters. And therefore, the decision was made at our committee then to give them an unconditional grant for them to build their county headquarters. I know of Nyandarua, where Senator Methu comes from, and I think 4 other counties, Tharaka Nithi, and I can't remember which other one, Mr. Speaker. And over the years, they have been getting resources over and above what we share and distribute outside of the revenue formula, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, over the subsequent years, the so-called treasury mandarins and the deep states and the systems found a way of securing projects and other, what you may call, sweeteners to certain well-connected counties and passing it before both houses of parliament and passing for it as either a conditional or unconditional grant. That you'll find a particular project has been stated, yet a keen look at it will ensure that we'll actually have noted that on most occasions, it's the same counties that were always benefiting from these conditional and unconditional grants. The thing that was even more worrying is that there was no proposed formula for distribution of these projects. It rested upon the feelings of the cabinet secretary or treasury. And therefore, people started being concerned and said, we need to find a mechanism upon which conditional and unconditional grants will be sent out to all the 47 county governments, Mr. Speaker. And after lengthy drawn court battles, this decision was arrived at. And therefore, this is the first bill, Mr. Speaker, that we are considering under additional allocations to our county government over and above that which we distribute. And there is good justification, Mr. Speaker. There are unique circumstances that end up giving us, you know, there are donor-funded projects, Mr. Speaker, that for one reason or the other, like today I know Bill Gates was meeting the Council of Governors. Based on whatever grants or giftings they may want to give to certain county governments, if some of those are by way of loans that are being advanced to counties, if they are meeting, say, the donor community, Mr. Speaker, that is just one such example, then there is good reason and justification for us as a Senate to agree to a particular formula, to agree to a particular distribution that does not leave or disenfranchise certain counties over others, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the work that this committee has done. I know they have not reached an agreement with the Treasury, and that's why perhaps part of the report is not here. But I strongly believe that by Tuesday, when you are likely to conclude on the third reading of this bill, they will give us the justifications for the amendments that they want us to separate between actually this one and the equalization fund, because that's part of the proposal that is coming, that treat it even separately, Mr. Speaker. When we get that justification and we get to read the report, then we will begin to appreciate and understand the genius and the importance of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, and colleague senators need to go actually through the column of, in the appendices of the bill, Mr. Speaker, in the third schedule of the bill, of what is due to the counties in the equalization fund, and also what is due as additional allocations to their counties under Appendix 3. For example, Mr. Speaker, Kericho, the county that I represent, for the last 2 financial years, hasn't been able to access close to 700 million Kenya shillings. That's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. That is money. I think Narok is county number 33. If you look at Narok, it should be somewhere in excess of $1 billion, actually, if you add all the columns from column A all the way to column M. It's a lot of money that your county has missed out on, Senator Ledama. And that's why we need to be in this house. That's why earlier we were saying we cannot understand where colleagues are when you're doing some of these matters. You need to speak and see, look, read the column and appreciate why our county governors, and you know, on many occasions we don't agree with our governors, but there are certain things when they say, senators, you're delaying us. This is one of the things that I agree with them and say we should have done better. 700 million in a county like Kericho can change lives. Means a lot of money. 1 billion shillings in Narok. I'm sure Nairobi, the figure could even be way bigger. Mombasa, and all these counties that are represented here. It's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. And we need to agree. The beauty is that the information that we have and the presentation from Treasury is that this money is in existence. It is actually in the CRF account of many of these counties, only awaiting the provident legislation, which is here for counties to be able to access these particular monies. So I appreciate the good work that colleague senators have done. I want to emphasize that if possible, we push through and ensure that we conclude on second reading today. By Tuesday, when this House resumes on Tuesday next week, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe the committee will be ready with their report so that we proceed to third reading and send the message to the National Assembly. The 2 weeks that they have should actually be sufficient for them to conclude on this particular bill so that by the time we are breaking for December holidays, counties are able to access these funds, Mr. Speaker. You know, citizens are beginning to get restless. I have seen governors, citizens are beginning to ask them questions and say, why are you taking too long? You promised so many things. We need drugs in our hospitals. We need better roads. We need ECD classrooms and all those devolved functions that many of our county governors promised. If you go to many of the towns, some of these conditional grants are actually under the NIDA projects and Kenya Urban Support Program. It's even for simple projects such as repairing town roads and ensuring that our towns are well maintained. If you go to many of our towns, especially those that are outside of Nairobi, but even Nairobi, I've seen the same problem. You find that many of those roads are dilapidated, especially those that are maintained by the county governments, because they have not been able to access these funds. Therefore, there's good justification, Mr. Speaker, why we need to process this bill, but I appreciate the struggle that has gone there. For me, even over and above the 700 million that Kericho is going to get, is the fact that Senate stood firm. If you read the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, all through from 2015, when we did the first conditional grant, up to 2021, we kept on making a request or a resolution as a committee that Treasury needs to provide a formula upon which they decide on the conditional and unconditional grants to each of the counties. We spoke, we made noise about it, until finally the courts also came to our rescue as a Senate and insisted that no more release of this fund. So despite the fact that there has been delay for 2 years and counties haven't been able to access these funds, Mr. Speaker, it is for good reason. Many of over 40 counties will never have accessed this money if it had been left to be donated like cookies by the Treasury. Today, if you like a certain county government, you give them. If they vote for you, if they didn't vote for you, you deny them. That's what was happening. But because of this law and because of the Senate standing firm through its Budget and Finance Committee, all the 47 county governments are assured of an equal distribution of conditional and unconditional grants, Mr. Speaker. And that's the genius in this bill. And that's the spirit and the principle that I celebrate as we pass this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. I know colleague senators actually have a lot to say and would wish to say many on this particular bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case at that particular point and celebrate the Committee of Budget and Finance for a work well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Senator Andy Okech, Gicheru.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, once again. I think that this is actually the most important bill, as has been echoed by my brother, the Majority Leader, Senator Aaron Chiriot, because if this bill should succeed, then it means that we are going to help our counties get something between 34 billion to 37 billion in addition to what they already get. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, through your honor, may I take this opportunity to actually thank the Committee on Budget and Finance, led by our able chair, me being a member of that committee, Senator Ali Roba, for a work well done. I think that this has been one of the busiest committees in these past 2 weeks, and very, very, excuse me, and very committed leadership of the chair has led us to actually engage the stakeholders that have given us very good insight towards this bill. I also want to actually make a comment coming from the committee. I know this might be preemptive, but I'll be cautious not to exhaustively pronounce myself on this. But given that a few senators have passionately spoken about Equalization Fund, which is established in our Constitution under Article 204, I think there's a lot of passion around this. And I know that given some emerging issues of legality that have come from the committee, Mr. Speaker, I wish to just indicate, not to pronounce myself on this, but indicate that given the weighty issues on Equalization Fund, I know the committee is considering separating the bill into two, the county government revenue additional bill as well as the Equalization Fund bill, because Equalization Fund has got some sunset clauses that are very critical to be able to examine it in detail and even to look at some of the pending funds that have not been allocated to this. So that one I know will come in the report and we'll discuss further. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I won't commit myself today too much on the Equalization Fund conversation. But I wanted to stress, Mr. Speaker, that this additional revenue that we're trying to allocate to counties is very critical, because in this bill, we are trying to honor Article 202 of the Constitution, sub-Article 2, which says that county governments may be given additional allocations from the national government's share of the revenue, either conditionally or unconditionally. And I want to stress, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, from the national government revenue side, this bill seeks to add some money on the issues that are eminent. One of them is the issue of county headquarters. I think that you will agree with me that some of our counties are very inefficient and ineffective in carrying out their duties because of lack of proper facilities that do harmonize their operations. And therefore, one of the things that this bill seeks to sort is to be able to empower some of the counties, like Migori County that I come from, that do not have county headquarters and proper operations. And number two, this bill also seeks from the national government revenue side to be able to energize the resources that have been put into the medical facilities in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that one of the most stressed functions of counties is healthcare, which has been really suffering, and it is critical that healthcare is well taken care of. But of course, we have talked so much about this bill aiming at unlocking some more access of loans and grants from the development partners through the national government. And I really appreciated the majority leader talking about critical issues that form emerging complexities of our time. It's critical that members do understand that this bill, of these monies that we're looking for, there are 5 key areas that are very critical in the moment, Mr. Speaker, that if we are able to unlock these monies to counties, we can be able to deal with some of the problems we are seeing affecting the country today and making our people suffer. For example, number one, this bill seeks to empower agriculture. And number two, which I want to talk much about, is that this bill seeks to support urban development, which the majority leader has talked about very passionately. But the remaining 3 areas are the ones that I'm keenly looking at, which is climate change mitigation, Mr. Speaker. Today, when you look at the statements that have been made in this House, majority of them have spoken so much about issues that have affected communities that emanate from climate change. So it will be very critical to look at how we can be able to fast track this bill to go through and deal with issues of mitigation, issues of adaptation that can help local communities deal with issues of climate change. And Mr. Speaker, this bill also endorses money that's going to come directly to be able to support drought and famine. Mr. Speaker, I have seen endless conversations from different esteemed colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, talking about drought that's affecting people in the north and every corner of this country. And it's therefore critical that members do know that this is one of the bills that will directly respond to the issue that we are seeing on the ground, Mr. Speaker, with regards to drought and famine that is affecting this country today. And lastly, of course, over the last 2 years, we have seen the menace of locusts in different places that are still affecting a few areas in this country, and this bill will seek to address those. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite all members of the House to pay keen attention to this bill as it comes to, as we'll be tabling the report soon through the leadership of Senator Ali Roba, so that we are able to fast track it to make sure that our people get this additional money to help them deal with these issues. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want also to make a comment. Having been a member of this committee, one of the things that has been very irritable to me as a member of this House is that of the monies that we are seeking to go to counties, one of the biggest problems is not even the formula of sharing these monies, Mr. Speaker. One of the biggest problems that has really frustrated us in the committee is the fact that the counties don't receive these monies. The delay of money to counties, that you will get these allocations are passed, the laws are created, but then money don't go to counties. For instance, in the equalization of funds, we realize that there's a lot of money that were never put aside by the Treasury to be given to the counties that are in need of these monies and are actually deserving of this money. Yet these are issues of humanity, Mr. Speaker. So what I wanted to urge the House is that we must find a mechanism through this bill, and I hope that Senator Ali Roba will invite a few caucus on how can we be able to compel and, if not, to encourage the national government to actually be able to release these funds to counties, because the delay in the receivers of funds in the counties brings a lot of problems, Mr. Speaker. Today, if you look at our counties, Mr. Speaker, if they're not able to pay the workers in the county, you find a county going to borrow money from the bank, Mr. Speaker. And it's very sad that our counties now are crowding out the small and medium enterprises in terms of borrowing in the counties, which should not happen, because this is where even the current government is seeking to enact some policies that can be able to build small and medium enterprises. But when these counties also borrow this money, Mr. Speaker, they end up being fined or paying more loans on these monies without clarity from the national government and without clarity from even us on how they are going to be able to pay these fines. If you're not getting your allocations and you're getting more loans and therefore paying more fees on these loans, Mr. Speaker, a high interest on these loans, what happens then is who pays for these loans? Then we end up shrinking the amount of money that the functions that we are keen on supporting in the grassroots should get. So I would actually urge, and I would plead with the chair of this particular committee, who is my very good friend and also my very good mentor, to actually find a way that above just allocation of these funds, these monies can be able to reach the counties. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much as I support the motion in the House today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Esther Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would also want to support this bill and also appreciate the chair of that committee for the extensive work done. Mr. Speaker, even as we legislate over more resources to counties, I would love to implore the county chiefs to also embrace their own source revenue allocation so that we are not just relying on what we are pushing from up here. A case is Kakamega. Kakamega has their own source revenue and it's proven to be very successful. Away from that, Mr. Speaker, more funds to these county governments would be of great help. Like Kisii County workers have not been paid for the month of October, which is really worrying. These people are supporting families. They have their own chores and assignments to do. So I'm looking forward to release of these funds to assist, and especially of my keen interest areas, that's the reproductive health sector and the TVET sector. Where I come from in Bomachoge, Burabu, Bokimonge Health Center, we have congestion in the maternity rooms. And when you look at those areas, we are having many cases of cerebral palsy because of the congestion in there. So women take a longer time experiencing labor. And this has really affected the women from the area I come from. So I'm looking forward to more funds that will be going to Kisii County, trickling down to my sub-county and aiding the expansion of those health centers in that area. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would also want to urge the county chiefs to ensure that they use the resources effectively and efficiently to avoid wastage, so that it's not just about pushing more resources, but also accounting for the minimal resources we are pushing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the bill just as many of my colleagues who have spoken before me have done. Mr. Speaker, I was a bit surprised by some of the submissions that I heard from my senior brother, Khalwale, the senator for Kakamega. I don't know where he has disappeared to, because I wanted to take him through how you understand what a bill is supposed to do. At the very back page of the bill, Mr. Speaker, there is a memorandum of objects and reasons. And it sets out clearly that the principal object of the bill is to make provision for the transfer of conditional allocations from national government's share of revenue and from development partners to the county governments for the financial year 2022-2023.
Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that we have people who have, a historical background of how we arrived here. When they were teaching us law, they told us that sometimes laws are passed to correct a very specific mischief. So if you want to understand why a bill is being proposed or is being passed, and you don't want to read the memorandum of objects and reasons like my brother, you ask yourself, what mischief is this particular bill or law trying to cure, Mr. Speaker? And I'm happy that Senator Ledama Olekina has given us a background that in fact there was some people who were being mischievous trying to sneak in these conditional grants and loans as extra allocation so that we can feel as if they support devolution, Mr. Speaker. And if there is further confusion, you can even go to Article 3 of the bill itself, which states out the object of the act. Mr. Speaker, I am happy because when we were in Mombasa, I had occasion to visit with the county governor of Mombasa. And I was even able to invite him to our retreat there. And all the senators were present, and they said that county governments were suffering because even with the funds that were transferred in the last financial year, these conditional grants were not included because of the matters raised by Senator Olekina, and the decision by the Supreme Court made it clear that we needed a separate instrument for us to be able to transfer these conditional grants and, and loans. So, Mr. Speaker, you will see that in fact it states under Section 3 that the object is to facilitate the transfer of conditional and unconditional allocations made to counties under this act from the consolidated fund to the respective county revenue funds. So, Mr. Speaker, the counties cannot wait a second for this money to be transferred, because you can see from the schedule it even incorporates money from for 2 financial years, Mr. Speaker, meaning that in fact many of these counties have put up with this non-allocation of these funds for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am also happy that the bill has provided a mechanism for the National Treasury to be the one to facilitate agreements between a county government and a development partner, so that if you go out there as a governor or as a county together with the leadership of the county to secure an agreement with a development partner, this is really an agreement or an arrangement between the two of you as a county that you require a specific grant or support in a specific manner or a specific way that is unique to you as a county. The National Treasury shall facilitate, and I like the use of the word shall, because in the past, Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of complaints that counties are able to negotiate, have agreements with certain institutions to help them, even in matters of waste management, Mr. Speaker, because these are matters that I have been involved with deeply as SG of ODM. But the National Treasury has been an impediment to some of these agreements being reached between county governments and the donors. Mr. Speaker, I am also in support of the fact that we are seeing now at least a schedule for the Equalization Fund under Article 204 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy because I want to start with that particular schedule because this is a matter that was very dear to us, at least in the Azimio coalition when we were campaigning. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is public knowledge that we had proposed that we extend this particular fund for further 30 years. That was one of the promises that we made. I am happy that even though we did not get to implement some of these proposals that we had made, I can see that there's a lot of agreement on both sides of the aisle on the importance of this particular fund. And I doubt that if I were to bring a bill under Article 204(7) to extend the time frame for this particular fund, that I would meet with much resistance. Mr. Speaker, under Article 204, there are 4 main areas that this equalization fund is supposed to address, and that is water, health, roads, and electricity, to bring up the quality of life in these identified counties to at least what we in the other counties are enjoying, Mr. Speaker. So I am happy to see an allocation of 178 million shillings under the equalization fund for Homa Bay. And my good friend, the Senator for Homa Bay, is not here, but I can testify on his behalf that Homa Bay still relies on a generator in places such as Mfangano, which we were discussing just the other day here, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that this allocation will go a long way. You look at 562 for Kajiado. There are very serious issues with access to water in Kajiado. These are my neighbors, and Senator Pais Tobiko can bear me witness. Kitui, 538 million. Mandera, 1 billion for water. Narok for water and health services. Mr. Speaker, so I, as a believer in devolution, I believe that this bill cannot wait any other day. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill itself, it has identified about 11 loans or grants from development partners, Mr. Speaker. And I am happy that my county, Nairobi, is one of the counties that enjoys a few of those grants, Mr. Speaker. On page 66 of the bill, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that Nairobi has been enjoying this grant from Danida for primary health care in devolved context of about 33 million shillings. There's another 11 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, for the World Bank credit financing or for locally led climate action. Then there is another 20 million shillings for the agricultural sector development support program from Sweden. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the World Bank Kenya Informal Settlements Improvement Project, which is KSIP 2, that has about 350 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. So these are resources that are already there. All we needed was a mechanism to be able to get it to the counties, and I am happy that this bill has finally seen the light of day. Mr. Speaker, lastly, let me talk about this first schedule, because this is the conditional allocation to county governments from national government revenue in the financial year 2022-2023, and it is specific to the grants in respect of the conditional grant for leasing of medical equipment, Mr. Speaker. So you can see that for this financial year 2022-2023, each of the counties is getting 110,638,000, Mr. Speaker, to pay for the leased medical equipment. And you know, Mr. Speaker, although there are complaints, some of which I support from the governors, that they need to relook at the entire equipment leasing scheme, they would want some input on some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, just today, I met somebody who I had met in the campaign, and she had come to me saying, she went to Kenyatta National Hospital. She was supposed to take her child for a test to determine whether she has, that child has sickle cell anemia. And Mr. Speaker, would you know that in the entire Nairobi County, there is only one machine at Kenyatta National Hospital that is actually a donation that can do that particular test. Now the problem is that the person who donated this machine insists on being the one to supply the reagents. And from May, when I was campaigning to be Senator of Nairobi, this woman who was referred to a private hospital at Nairobi Hospital, she has not been able to take her child until today. And she came to me, and I could not believe this story. So I called Kenyatta National Hospital myself, Mr. Speaker. And they told me, yes, we have this machine. There is no other public hospital in Nairobi that has that machine. But they ran out of reagents 6 months ago, and the government, which is the ministry that's supposed to purchase these reagents, simply have not been able to purchase these reagents. Mr. Speaker, it broke my heart. I couldn't believe that a matter like that can subsist for this long, for us to be able to resolve very basic healthcare needs in our county. So I also welcome this particular allocation, but perhaps there is a consideration for depreciation. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, maybe the chairman of the committee can shed light on why in the financial year 2021-2022, the amount appears to have been higher than what is being allocated in the 2022-2023 financial year, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think that we can, procrastinate on this particular matter anymore. We need to move as a Senate to be able to provide this mechanism so that these resources can reach our counties. And Mr. Speaker, we as a Senate will support this particular move so that we can clearly distinguish between these loans and grants and what is coming to the counties under the division of revenue, so that we can still push, Mr. Speaker, for greater allocation to the counties for other things. I don't think, and my colleague, my counterpart from the UDA party, the SG of UDA, can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that we were both in agreement during the campaign that we want increased allocations to the counties. So even when such a matter comes here, you can expect, I at least expect some bipartisanship. Let us increase the resources that are being devolved or allocated to the counties and try and ring fence them, Mr. Speaker, so that it is specific that these extra resources cannot go back to do recurrent expenditure like we see now. Here in Nairobi, we are already almost 56% in terms of how much money from what we allocated is spent on recurrent expenditure, especially salaries and wages. We can ring fence that additional allocation to go only to development, Mr. Speaker, so that we can actually achieve what we set out to achieve under devolution. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I stand and support the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohammed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill, the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 bill of 2022. Honorable Speaker, the release of more resources to counties cannot be gainsaid. These resources are long overdue. We are now into the second quarter of the year 2021, 2022, 2023. And therefore, already there is some delay, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the release of these resources. And I think the delay has been partly because when we passed this bill in the Senate and it was taken to the National Assembly, there was a delay in passing it before the National Assembly adjourned sine die, and therefore the bill lapsed upon the adjournment of the Parliament sometime in June this year. Honorable Speaker, these funds are meant to cover several programs that are run by the county governments. The resources address various programs of intervention in the development of our counties and the country in general. Such programs such as climate change, resilience, are very important in our counties because, as we all know, and there was this climate conference in Egypt last week where issues of conservation of our climate and the environment in general were discussed. Therefore, some of the resources which are being covered by this bill will go into mitigation of some of the climate change experiences that our countries are undergoing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, drought mitigation also has been covered in some of the funds that are meant to be released by this bill. And as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, many counties are suffering drought at the moment. About more than half of the counties, I think, are reeling under the drought situation at the moment. And the government is busy raising funds. The private sector is also raising funds. And yet, there are funds within the government that are lying idle. And we should go a long way in mitigating and minimizing the suffering that our people are undergoing. So the earlier we passed this bill, Honorable Speaker, the better for everyone, especially those who are in the drought-stricken counties, who are dependent on on aid from other people to survive. Honorable Speaker, the bill also covers the medical equipment scheme, which has been going on for the last 7 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, this scheme has made a lot of changes to the many counties that we have had in terms of improvement on healthcare facilities in those counties. Mr. Speaker, many counties have been able to use this equipment to generate revenues for their county, especially a county like Mombasa, which has been able to raise a lot of funds due to the use of this equipment, such as x-rays, scans, and dialysis machines which were given in the first allocation of this fund. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, most of the counties were allocated machines which they did not need in the first allocation, and therefore there's need in this third round, Mr. Speaker, for the counties to be vigilant so that they take the equipment that they require. In the first contracts, Mr. Speaker, people were just being flooded with equipment in their counties. But now, I think they should be given on a need basis so that each county is able to choose the kind of equipment that they want for their hospitals. Mr. Speaker, again, the donor funds that are being covered by this bill are very essential. Contracts have been negotiated, signed, but the funds are not being released because we have not passed this law to enable the government to release the funds to the counties. This discourages the donors who have done a lot to facilitate the availability of those funds to the county governments, but they are being impeded by the failure to pass this law. Mr. Speaker, on the equalization fund, yes, this is a separate fund, and therefore there is a need to prepare a different bill to be able to operationalize the equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, the fund is provided for under Article 204 of the Constitution. It is a distinct fund, and therefore we cannot lump it with the county government's additional requisition bill 2022. This is because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the utilization of this fund is not based on any conditions. There are no conditionalities that are imposed as a result of the utilization of the equalization fund. The fund also, Mr. Speaker, sir, creates a 3% monitoring fund, which is also not provided for under the additional allocations fund, and therefore there is likely to be a conflict if it is included in the county government's additional allocations bill for passage by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is therefore my humble plea that we pass this bill as soon as possible, because this bill was supposed to be passed together with DORA, the Division of Revenue and CARA, which were passed way back in May of this year. And therefore, any delay will further complicate the services or will delay in the provision of services by our county governments. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, I want to commend the chair of this committee, Honorable Senator Roba, for guiding the committee in the deliberations in regard to this committee and all the members. We have experienced, Mr. Speaker, a full house whenever we discuss this bill, and that is commendable considering the fact that we are only about 2 months old in this Senate, and therefore are all eager to be able to consider the legislation that is coming up before our committees and be able to assist this House in passing the bills that are coming before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, thank you. Senator Samson Kiprotich.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Just quick observations because in the interest of time, and I hope as we wait for the report under Standing Order 148 of the Senate Standing Orders, and there's push and pull, and I want to tell the former governor of Mandera, UDM party leader, and the senator of Mandera, Ali Roba, that we are used to such theatrics with the treasury. We hope we can be kept in a clean slate. We have fought over this. There was a time where conditional grants were being given to counties without proper legal framework. But I'm happy our struggle together with the National Assembly and the Senate is almost giving us the fruits of having a legal framework where conditional grants, loans, any addition as envisaged under Article 202, Sub-Article 3, has been now ring-fenced legally. Because before, it was just like food, which was handed to counties, and they decide without legal framework. And I know, as members of Public Accounts Committee, these are some of the audit queries that we did handle in the last financial years, in the run-up to the last 5 years in this House and 10 years that I've been there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee has done tremendously well. We shall be very keen to look at the amendments that the Ministry of Treasury shall propose. But I think as the guiding principle, we will need to look at Article 96 on the interest of protecting the interest of counties as a Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, and when I look at on the categories, all of them, conditional allocations, Nandi will get likely more 263 million plus. Loan and grants will get 208 million. Equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, will get 158 million in the financial year of 2022-2023. That is in total, Mr. Speaker, is over 629 million plus that will come to Nandi on conditional grants and additional funds as envisaged by Article 202, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two things. I think we were supposed, and I don't know why the committee did not look that we had what we call sunset clause in terms of financing county headquarters, because I've seen a number of counties that still are being allocated county headquarters development funds. Yet the county speakers, the county assemblies, the county speakers' houses among the counties have not been allocated. I find it strange because we had given a ceiling on financial year on when and how. Maybe they can guide us on that, because we had agreed that under financial years, which was supposed to be before this general election, should be the sunset clause, where county should be allocated county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, these allocations has been done. And I know it's being ring-fenced because some counties argued that their priority is not county headquarters. Like in the first county government of Nandi, in the first 2013-2017 under Governor Dr. Cleophas Lagat, they started building headquarters. The current governor who has served from 2017 up to now did find it necessary. So it is important that we are ring-fenced. There is a time as a committee we did also visit Nyamira County, and we realized they don't have a space that they operate from. So, Mr. Speaker, counties, in as much as they want to be popular, these are facilities and amenities. Because, Mr. Speaker, what shocks, like for example, in my county, we pay for our Governor Sang almost 200 to 500,000 per month for rent to live in Eldoret. If we had constructed a house for him, we would have saved that 500,000 per year. Similar to Senator or Governor of Nairobi. Yet there are facilities governors should appreciate. The reason we need county headquarters to be constructed is to save the rent. Some of the governors are squatting in national government buildings that are being controlled by NGAO, National Government Administration Offices, and they are squatting. Yet we have given them money to construct county headquarters, to construct governors' residence, to construct speakers. Even county assemblies are paying rent for their county speakers, Mr. Speaker. Yet it is important that we are located. The county assembly chambers must be constructed. It is not a luxury that you cherry pick simply because you want to appear popular among your voters. These are necessary amenities, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the Committee of Finance and Budget in future must issue a caveat that if any county has not finished constructing their county headquarters, the governor's residence, the speaker's residence, the speaker's chambers, they must be surcharged and sanctioned. Because we don't want to be paying rent for people to perambulate. That is a heavy English word, Mr. Speaker. For people to be paying rent, how can we be paying rent? It's very expensive. Just like Senate here and there's, Mr. Speaker, the Senate and the National Assembly, we have official residence. You can imagine if we were renting State House for a president. It is inconveniencing, it is expensive, Mr. Speaker, and they should know that, those are not my personal. Mr. Speaker, I have seen a strange animal, which we have fought for the last 5 years. And I remember the Minister of Interior, who was then Deputy Speaker where you were sitting from, it looks like that seat is the preserve of Meru and Tarakaniti, Mr. Speaker, gave us direction that we investigate the issue of medical equipment supplies. I'm surprised the Senate had taken a position that the issue of MES, medical equipment supplies leasing, must be relooked at, Mr. Speaker. But I can see it's still rearing its ugly head, which every county, and you know the sad thing, Mr. Speaker, this medical equipment supplies, it is detected at the source. So by the time the money is allocated to counties, it is already detected at the source. It is not even given to the counties, and that is why you see every county under conditional grant leasing of medical equipment is 110,638,298. Mr. Speaker, we made so many reports, even before the Health Committee, before the ad hoc committee, before the Joint Committee of Health and the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. We discussed this issue, that this is a ripoff. In fact, there are many reports, Mr. Speaker, that even the governors and other agencies have declared county medical equipment supplies scheme as an outright ripoff. Because we are, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you read that report, and it is sad that I have to say this, in that report we were leasing gloves. How can you lease gloves? We were leasing bed sheets. We were leasing syringes. We need to be serious, and I expected the committee led by Senator Roba to write a caveat on these medical equipment supplies. Because how do you lease a syringe? How do you lease an apron? You know, these are things, Mr. Speaker, that, and in fact, the companies that were given to supply these medical equipment, we know them. Some of them have been blacklisted in the world, Mr. Speaker. Like one from, there is a one from America, other local companies, and many others, Mr. Speaker. So we need the Committee of Finance and Budget. This Senate has taken a position that medical equipment supplies was an outright ripoff. Who are these people, Mr. Speaker? Before allocating money to Meru, they must cut at Treasury. Who are they? Who gives them power? It is not even in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So we must, these cartels, they must be called out as they are, Mr. Speaker. And you know, senators here are sitting pretty. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we should be vigilant. We should be, in fact, the Senate should push that we immediately stop and cancel the early medical leasing agreement. Because you have heard Senator Sifuna has talked about that there is one equipment that is used to check on the issue of leukemia or is anemic. Mr. Speaker, if you had given, you know, counties, when you look at the total that have been paid over the years, there was a time they were paying billions and billions of shillings. If you give 110 million or 200 million per year for counties to purchase dialysis machine, cancer machine, any other hemogram machine that checks on the blood count, Mr. Speaker, it would have been more cheaper than leasing it, Mr. Speaker. So it is very expensive. And mind you, national government is micromanaging health, yet under fourth schedule, health is a devolved function. So in other words, there is a problem that we need to really address, Mr. Speaker, and I think, and I hope the Chair of Finance and Budget should look at my Solomonic submission, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we don't travel in that direction, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very serious issue. We are aiding and abetting corruption. If this thing will be investigated, Mr. Speaker, they will be shocked. When somebody will walk through this door, they will be surprised. Senate sat, say this is a public ripoff. But they went ahead and approved for finances to medical equipment scheme, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another point that I wanted to make is on the accountability aspect. I've talked about Mr. Speaker, that the accountability governor should be aware that it is not optional, Mr. Speaker, to be accountable, Mr. Speaker. I hope when the money goes, Mr. Speaker, these conditional grants, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of equalization fund, I know you served in the National Assembly, and we really grapple on this issue of equalization fund. Who qualifies? How do we use it? What is the criteria? How is it compounded? We did have a discussion between the National Assembly and the Senate, Mr. Speaker, and we did agree that marginalization does not happen only in Northeastern. Even Nairobi here, you can have marginalization. Even in Meru, even in Nandi, even in anywhere. Mr. Speaker, marginalization can happen. And when a report was being tabled here, during the fight, Mr. Speaker, on the revenue formula, and I've had my brother, as alluded to, and those days I was leading one man, one vote, 1 shilling, because I believe money should go to where the people are. The more the people, the more the money. But at the end of the day, of course, we fought through, we end up as a Senate come up with a win-win situation, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, at that time, a report was being tabled by Kenya Bureau of Statistics and said poverty is not in Northeastern or in Mandera. Poverty is domiciled in Busia, in Kakamega, and many other parts of Kenya, where traditionally we perceive that the marginalized areas are more poor. We realize the areas that are being perceived are more worse, like even including Migori, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the issue of equalization fund in terms of marginalization in the concept of the constitutional provision must be relooked. And I'm happy that the equalization fund has tried to be, and even Nandi, I think Nandi has gotten, in terms of equalization fund, around 158 million, and those are a number of locations and sub-location levels that are within Tindred sub-county, Mr. Speaker. So this issue of equalization fund under Article 204, the rules and regulations must, Mr. Speaker, be relooked at so that equalization fund, and I want to ask the Finance and Budget Committee to also be futuristic, because marginalization keeps changing, Mr. Speaker, because it keeps changing. By the way, today with the housing program, and I want to confirm to the Senator of Nairobi, Senator Edwin Sifuna, that after some time we will change the face of Kibra with the housing program that the president has. After some time, the living standards of Kibra will change. What does it mean? It might move away from the marginalized, Mr. Speaker, and now become economically stable. Somewhere else within Nairobi might develop to something that might create marginalization, Mr. Speaker. So we need to relook on how we allocate equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, and go into the future looking at that. Mr. Speaker, on the fourth point and final one, because I wanted to finish on the equalization, on the issue of accountability, Mr. Speaker, we must relook at...
Senator Chelagay, the senator for Migori County, wants to inform you.
Do I really trust the information?
I want to inform you.
I thought he should be learning from me.
Do you want to be informed?
No, at this point, I don't want to be informed. Okay. Because I don't trust the way he's smiling sheepishly. He's smiling sheepishly, Mr. Speaker. And you know, as my junior, Mr. Speaker, he should be taking notes while I speak and learning from the best. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, on the issue of transparency and accountability, and I expected Senator Sifuna, because he serves with me in the Public Accounts Committee, that the issue of accountability is not negotiable. Of course, I'm extrapolating, Mr. Speaker. The issue, this money that we are giving out, part of the role or under Article 96 is oversight. This money must be accounted for from 1 shilling to millions of shillings that we allocate, Mr. Speaker. Governors must know that we are not allocating this money for free range or to play around with. They must account. And as a role of oversight that we play under Article 96, Mr. Speaker, the great governor of Migori, Ochilo Ayako, who was a senator here and was my chair in the CPIC, and now my brother, Senator Eddie Kisheru, must know that Governor Ochilo Ayako does not have a freelance to use the money that has been allocated to the great people of Migori. He must account for every shilling. If it comes from the Denmark, Danida, if it comes from Kenya Support Urban Program, that is allocated under World Bank in terms of Kenya infrastructural development programs, even it must be accounted for. Even we want to improve Narok Town, Mr. Speaker, where Senator Ledama comes from. If the World Bank allocates money on Kenya improvement, structural improvement program, we must account for Governor, the former governor, I almost say governor tonight, you have a new Governor Olentutu. He must account for it, Mr. Speaker. There is no option about accountability. And we must take this thing to every governor. Even my governor does not have anywhere to hide. This money that is allocated around 700 million to Nandi County, he must account. If you don't want to account for public money, why did you run for that office? And governors, Mr. Speaker, who might finish I know I can see Meru, Mr. Speaker, the temperatures are coming down. The sugar levels in Meru was going through the roof. But I'm happy, I don't know whether you injected some drugs to cool the temperatures. But if, for example, Governor Kawira Mwangaza, he finishes 10 years or 1 term, she should be aware that she must be careful. Because Article 206 of Article 5 will catch up with her. There is what we call personal responsibility, Mr. Speaker. 226 as of Article 5. Thank you, Senator Ledama. 2265, Mr. Speaker. Even if you run away, I can see NMS, Mr. Speaker, General Mbadi thinks that he have assets and liabilities, he will never be culpable. Governor Kananu, former governors, Mr. Speaker, they must be aware that 226, Article 5, is knocking on their door. Governor Tunai, or any other former governor, and I'm not saying this in bad faith, I'm saying it in good faith that if you did not account for any money that was provided, if it is about Masai Mara collections, about the town council of Narok, where it came before our committee, you must account for that money, Mr. Speaker. Any governor across the region, whichever, if you come, even Governor Kidero, former governors that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. So accountability, Mr. Speaker, is no longer an option. And I want, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, so that I cede ground to other colleagues, the EACC, when we summoned EACC, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting where you were sitting. EACC came, the report they tabled is they have only succeeded in convicting somebody who took 20,000 bribe. 20,000? 20,000. That is like $20. Is it $20 or $200? They had only convicted and succeeded in convicting somebody over a bribe of 20,000. But people who have looted in county governments are working scot-free. They are working to EACC the way they want. They are manipulated EACC. EACC do an ordinary morning raid. You tell them they have seized documents. After some time, it is written headlines. And you know our media are very good at giving very juicy headlines. They say they have arrested so-and-so, Governor so, with 200 million case. After some time, it fizzles out, Mr. Speaker. It is because EACC must tell us whether they are in bed with governors or not, whether they are fighting corruption or they are aiding corruption, because they can be aiding corruption, Mr. Speaker, or they are doing laundry. You know, also they can be doing what we call laundry, Mr. Speaker, and you know there is somebody in this country who has been doing laundry businesses. But we don't want to mention names, whether they are doing laundry. Because EACC has not, Mr. Speaker, EACC has not, and you know, we used to know that person who used to operate laundry services. But under Kenya Kwanza, that laundry services and washing machine will be closed down because we will not allow, Mr. Speaker, for any governor, including Governor Otichilo. If Governor Otichilo has made, has misappropriated funds, he must be taken to the court, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow, Mr. Speaker, so we cannot talk about laundry services. Mr. Speaker, Governor Otichilo, if he has misappropriated funds.
Senator Chalgei, there is another point of information. This
No,
time around, not
is it,
from your junior.
now for Galao, so
Is your age mate, not your junior.
Point of information. The Honorable Senator, who is my neighbor, I want to inform him that when you talk about laundry, you should talk about laundry by mentioning the people involved in laundry. We know even this administration is involved in laundry, clearing people who have court cases, trying to frame issues before the court. You should mention that instead of blaming people whom you can't even mention their names.
Chalgei.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that was point of
That is
information. That was a point of debate. And you know, Senator Otsosi is a senior ranking member of parliament. But Mr. Speaker, he knows his party leader has been running laundry services in Capitol Hill. We know. It is in the public domain, Mr. Speaker. And no one, in the issue of court cases, Mr. Speaker, because I know what he's alluding. You know, Senator Otsosi, through you, the Speaker, just give me 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, so that I conclude. Mr. Speaker, under the Constitution, the Director of Public Prosecution is not ordered by anybody. He knows. So if he comes here and says DPP has been ordered to withdraw cases, who can order DPP when the Constitution has given DPP power? DPP cannot be ordered, Mr. Speaker. So he's just being mischievous, he's out of order, and his statement should be treated with the contempt it deserves, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I look at the report of the Treasury. If it is not in good faith, Mr. Speaker, I might not agree with some of the amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Samson, as you sit down, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you made some good points somewhere. That you are challenging this 5.2 billion conditional grant leasing of medical equipments. But I'm wondering if you are registered in this house and you are lamenting, and the people out there, the people you represent, are still wondering, and they brought you to this house and still wondering. So who is helping the other? You have the power to inquire and to do everything at your disposal, to know where this money is, because that is your work. So I think you try and do something. Senator Mungatana Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also make my contribution in this bill that is before us. Mr. Speaker, the county governments get their resources from three main revenue sources. There is their own generated revenue resource. There is the equitable share, which is a big revenue resource. And Mr. Speaker, there is this one that we are debating, which is the additional revenue allocation. So these are the three main resources or source of revenues for county government. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, the current financial year, the amount of money that is allocated under the second source of revenue, this is the equitable share, is at 370 billion. Then, Mr. Speaker, the amount of money that we are passing in the third heading that I've said, which is the additional revenue source, has two headings. There is the amount of money that is given through the national government. That is, apart from the 370 billion, the national government can decide to give more, to allocate more under the additional allocation bill. And also, we have also loans and grants that come under this additional revenue allocations. So, Mr. Speaker, the question I am asking myself, the national government, under the heading of additional revenue allocation, has decided to make 5 headquarters. They have allocated 5 county headquarters, and they have also allocated money for leasing medical equipment, which a previous senator has referred to. Mr. Speaker, if this 370 billion has already been allocated as equitable share, and the national government has money, further money, to allocate as to build county headquarters, 5 as I have referred to, and also has money to allocate to counties to lease medical equipment, it means there is enough money, or there is more money that we can secure under the heading of equitable share. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says that we are entitled at the very minimum for county government not to get less than 15% in terms of the equitable share. The point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, at 370 billion, we are at 26%.
But still, the national government has been able to find more money and additional allocation heading to give 5 headquarters, building for 5 counties, to also pay billions of money for medical equipment leasing. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make this point, that instead of giving the equitable share to remain at 26%, we pray that in this new administration of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, county governments will see a huge leap from 26% to even 40, 50%. We are saying this because, Mr. Speaker, the government at the national level is saying take 370 billion. And then, under additional revenue, they are saying, oh, we shall lease for you medical equipment, every county, the ones that we are complaining about. They are also saying, we shall build for you county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, what is the logic of this? Why can't they give these second-level governments their own money to decide what they do? Mr. Speaker, I propose that those who are listening to this debate, that the Senate is saying, let us raise this amount from 26%. Let us not have 370 billion. This additional allocation bill is demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that there is more money that the national government is remaining with, and they know it. Mr. Speaker, it is a big wrong and a terrible wrong, and the previous senator has said it, that the county governments are being forced into leasing medical equipment. They never participated in the tendering. They never knew who the suppliers were. And then they are being given money to pay back to the same people that the national government was negotiating with. It is an injustice, Mr. Speaker. It is wrong. And I want to say that it is a disrespect to the second level of government. We have said in this constitution, the people of Kenya want 2 levels of government. And these 2 levels of government must respect each other, Mr. Speaker. This Senate must put its foot down and say we cannot have contracts being decided at the national government for health functions. It does not make any sense. We may not need some of the equipment that we are being forced, for example, to lease in Tana River County Hospital in Hola. We may not need, and they may force us, because of this arrangement, to take those machines, and we don't have trained staff to run those machines. Those machines that are being taken to our county hospitals by force, Mr. Speaker, those machines that are being given to our county hospitals, leased, as we are saying here, by some companies which are of dubious character. Mr. Speaker, you'll find if one little spanner breaks down, one little screw breaks down, we are not able to repair them. We don't have even contacts of suppliers. Suppliers don't respond. All they know is that there is money which is being given to the county government, and it is deducted at the source. So what we are doing here, it is just, playing around with our minds. People are reading here, under medical leasing services, we have received, I don't know how many, 100 and what million. And it is being deducted at the source. So people are playing with our minds. People are disrespecting counties, Mr. Speaker. This administration, Mr. Speaker, of the new president who has taken over, Mr. Speaker, I urge him and his new minister in charge of the Treasury, Professor Ndungu, they should get away from the old habits of the previous administration. We must cut links with this kind of behavior where they are deciding for us what we should be leasing at the county level. Mr. Speaker, I hope they are listening, because we as defenders of the county governors and county governments, we are not happy being given equipment we cannot service, we cannot run, we have no personnel that we have trained to run those equipments, and then money is deducted. And here, it's being shown Tana River County has received, I don't know how many millions on behalf of the county of Tana River, which they never saw because it was deducted at source. Mr. Speaker, the new administration must actually devolve the function properly, like we promised the people of Kenya. Let us respect county governments. Let us give them the money they require to deliver service to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, as you look at this county county government additional allocation bill, bill number 2 of 2022, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that there are various development partners. There is the EU, which is giving us conditional grants on devolution advice and support. There's the German Development Bank, which is giving us grants on drought as a conditional grant. The World Bank is giving us a grant on emergency locust response, and many other grants. Mr. Speaker, what has been happening is that since we have stayed in devolution for over 8 years, development partners have not been very committed to discussing matters directly with counties. And Mr. Speaker, this habit has developed because Treasury has encouraged it. There has been resistance from the national government to let go, and they have now reality that before I negotiate with Tana River County, I must go to the Treasury in Nairobi and speak to them. This mentality must change. We have developed county governments. We are living now in the 3rd tier of the first devolution. Mr. Speaker, county governments are entities that must be given that respect. And our prayer from the Senate is that, Mr. Speaker, we can encourage the partners, development partners, to develop the habit of confidently discussing with our county governments, give them their space. Why? Because the PFM Act, Mr. Speaker, Section 38, it covers county governments to discuss grants and loans with development partners. So we want this to be the way forward in future. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2021, this kind of bill, the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, was not there. This is because previously, the Division of Revenue Act and the County Allocation Revenue Act were also being used to feed in the county government's allocations. Mr. Speaker, the county governors, they went to court, and in petition number 252 of 2016, they got an order that the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation Revenue Bill should simply deal with the two national governments at DORB, and at the CARB, they should deal with the Division of Revenue across the 47 counties, and nothing more. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we had this county government additional...
Mr. Speaker has left. Now you have Madam Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Oh,
Madam
sorry.
Speaker.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. My apologies, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, we should support it because this is what the High Court has said. It has said that we cannot have the county government's additional allocations bill being debated and passed within the DORB or the CARB. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to pass this bill. And I agree with previous speakers that we need to pass this bill. Why? Because this bill, as small as it looks, Mr. Speaker, it is going to release or unlock 32 billion that is hanging somewhere inside. It's hanging in the air. People have committed to doing something for our county governments, but the money cannot reach them because it is not yet passed under this bill. Mr. Speaker, the difference between this, the recent county government additional allocations bill, this bill number 2, and the one that was previously there, the one for the financial year 2021-2022, is that the present bill has incorporated the equalization fund. And my learned colleagues who have spoken before me, they have referred to this equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I need to say this, that we need to pass this bill, yes, because we need to unlock the 32 billion. But we must pass it, Madam Speaker, with amendments. Why? Because we cannot force feed this bill with the equalization bill. The equalization fund has its own management staff. Mr. Speaker, the structure of and the architecture of the equalization bill is totally different from how we are supposed to manage the county government additional allocations. So, Madam Speaker, it will be wrong for this Senate to go ahead and pass the equalization fund within here, because we cannot even operationalize it as it stands using this. We must find the correct instrument for us to pass, and which means, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the chair of this finance committee must go back again and come up with an instrument, which will be the equalization fund bill, so that we can debate it, and it must fit within the already established structure, the board and the management of the equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wanted to agree with this previous senator for Nairobi, the previous speaker, who said that the equalization fund, which is heading to its sunset, needs to have more years. Madam Speaker, when we passed the Constitution in 2014, we created in 2013 this new Constitution we are operating on. We created the equalization fund, but we gave it a sunset year. After 20 years, that equalization fund was going to die. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying now, it is time that we introduced a bill, and Article 204 provides for extension of the Constitution, provides for the extension of this equalization bill. Madam Speaker, I pray that this committee will go back and look at a possibility of bringing back another instrument for the equalization fund standing on its own, so that we don't have confusion. Yes, Chairman. And also, Madam Speaker, we are also praying that the committee will go back and look again at Article 204. And if we have not even operationalized it for the last 12 years, and we have only 8 years to go, Madam Speaker, it is time that they go back again and bring another extension. And I'm sure we will get the numbers. We get an extension so that we push it, like the Honorable Senator Sifuna said, even 30 years, so that we can experience the benefit of equalization. Why, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker? Because counties like Tana River, Madam Speaker, have been left behind. I have complained here before that previous administrations, previous government, even came up with papers, economic papers, justifying that we will continue
to fund development in certain areas and ignore certain areas. Madam Speaker, more than 50 years after independence, you will find a number of tarmac roads that are passing through Tana River County. There are only those roads that are passing to connect between this and the other county. They are inter-county roads, Madam Speaker. You will not find tarmac, except just in the headquarters, which was done by the previous governor. Madam Speaker, we want this equalization fund to work. We want this equalization fund to be a reality. 50 years, more than 50 years after independence, we have been left behind, and it is by design of this government. Madam Speaker, when we see senators in this House arguing that there is marginalization in Nairobi, there is marginalization in big cities, so they are also entitled. Madam Speaker, I think this is a total misinterpretation of what equalization fund is meant to achieve. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, equalization fund is meant to bring up counties that were left by design, by administrations of past governments. Madam Speaker, I pray that
You are granted the 1 minute. Just proceed.
As Madam Speaker was saying, when the instrument on the utilization and application of equalization fund is brought to this House through a bill, I pray, Madam Speaker, that the real reasons shall be achieved, which was to help far-off counties that were left deliberately by government marginalization, will achieve some reasonable level of development. It will be very unfair and immoral and wrong for counties that already benefited from previous administrations to come and argue that they themselves are also marginalized and should be given a share of this equalization fund. Madam Speaker, I pray that when the committee brings this bill, we shall be fair to counties that were left behind. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I pray that we pass this bill, but we pass it with amendments in mind, which will make it not difficult to implement. We should have the Equalization Fund Act separate from this. So we should pass it, but pass it with amendment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Could we have Senator Tobiko Pesi Perez?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill and congratulate the committee and the chairperson, Ali Roba, for the intensive work that they put in order to have this bill in place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it is long overdue that the issue of additional funds is given a legal framework that will then guide the counties and guide the allocation of this money and the utilization thereof, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to provide for additional allocations in the year 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, it also seeks to direct the proceeds of loans and grants as given by development partners, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill also seeks to facilitate the transfer of conditional and unconditional allocations, Madam Speaker, to counties from the consolidated fund to the county revenue funds and special purpose accounts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill will also guide on the allocation of other funds as agreed upon by the Senate and the National Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this is long overdue and needs to be implemented. This House should pass this bill as soon as possible. with the necessary amendments, Madam Speaker, and which I agree particularly with the Senator Mungatana on the issue of equalization fund, Madam Speaker. That it is good that the equalization fund is mentioned as a fund that should be implemented, and it's also long overdue, but should be given its own legal framework, Madam Speaker, so that it gets the necessary attention and gets directed to the right counties, Madam Speaker. Because it is interesting in our country, Madam Speaker, that whenever people see resources and or even opportunities, everybody wants to grab it, Madam Speaker. And yet, the law, the 2010 Constitution, had identified loopholes and omissions in our areas of development as a country, that there were areas that were left undeveloped, either by design, either by omission, or whatever it was, either because of political processes, maybe because of not having numbers, minorities are living in these neglected counties, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, the equalization fund is important that it is treated on its own, Madam Speaker, so that it benefits the right counties, Madam Speaker. I'm particularly excited about this bill, Madam Speaker, that it also seeks to get funds for drought mitigation, Madam Speaker. Particularly at this time when our, like more than half of the counties are going through the effects of a crisis level of drought, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our constituents, our people have been left paupers because of the drought, Madam Speaker. And there must be a way to mitigate the effects of this drought. There must be a way to now bring, climate smart agriculture, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is good that water and sanitation is going to be addressed, particularly in counties like Kajiado, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also see that in this bill, Madam Speaker, that we are still talking about county headquarters, almost 10 years after devolution, Madam Speaker. It is shocking, Madam Speaker, that there are counties that still don't have, places to operate from. We don't know whether they are operating from kiosks, whether they are operating from, their personal homes, Madam Speaker. It is unimaginable that we still don't have county headquarters in some counties in this country. And Madam Speaker, I also agree, and I see that the issue of leasing medical equipment is mentioned here. And I agree with the honorable senators who have spoken before me that the Kenya Kwanza government must be very intentional in delinking itself with the ills of the Jubilee government, Madam Speaker. We must have a fresh start as the Kenya Kwanza government. We must delink ourselves from the KEMSA cartels, the COVID cartels that are very well known to be associated with such equipments, just to milk resources from counties in the name of giving counties resources that they have never seen or they have never managed, Madam Speaker. I am sure our counties will be possibly better equipped if they were allowed to do their own procurements and have their own medical according to the needs of each county, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, Madam Speaker, also so that it directs funds from development partners and that the Treasury is involved in facilitating such agreements between counties and the development partners.
Senator Wambua, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Senator Perry, cede the floor.
It is not my intention, Madam Speaker, to interrupt the floor by my friend, my colleague, Senator Paris. But, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.4a and 34.5, I beg to move that the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed at number 8 in today's order paper, and upon receipt of the results of the Yala election from the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I request Senator Roba to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to second the proposal in accordance with Standing Order number 34, as the issue in discussion is an extremely critical issue that needs to be exhaustively finished, as well as the agenda of the day earlier of Yala elections that need to be also exhaustively finished before we can close. And I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Members, there is a motion that has been moved to the House proposing that we extend the sitting of this House until the conclusion of Order number 8. I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 34.4a and 34.5, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business of Order number 8 in today's order paper, and upon receipt of the results of the EALA elections from the National Assembly. I now put the question that pursuant to the Standing Order 34.4a and 34.5, the Senate has resolved to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business of Order number 8 in today's paper, and upon receipt of the results of the East African Legislative Assembly elections from the National Assembly. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. So the sitting of this Senate is extended. Senator Paris, you can continue with your.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope also that means an extension of my time. So, Madam Speaker, I was saying this bill is important and is addressing very crucial and pertinent issues that are affecting our counties right now. But, Madam Speaker, even as we emphasize on, regulating and giving a legal framework to, conditional grants, additional resources to the counties, and unconditional grants, monies, Madam Speaker, we must also, as a House, be able to insist that counties put into good use and be able to account on revenue allocations or on revenues, Madam Speaker. We must be able to insist on this, Madam Speaker, because counties have found a way of accounting possibly for what is needed to be accounted from the national government, from the shared revenue, Madam Speaker, but they have found a loophole in the resources, the revenues that they collect locally, Madam Speaker. And these are the monies that are getting wasted. These are the monies that, the good people of this country are not getting benefits from, yet they are coming directly from their pockets and from their businesses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House must also find a way to regulate such monies and to be able to make counties to account, and also to see where collections are not being done properly and where there are no such systems for accountability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I think we should go beyond this and be able to give another framework for the equalization fund, and that the early robber committee should even go beyond this and see how we are going to give some formal system of working and monitoring the own source revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I want to give Senator Muma Catherine an opportunity now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to rise and support the passing of this bill. Madam Speaker, it is good that we are now putting in place a framework to bring a little order in the matters of financing county functions in this country. Madam Speaker, since the onset of devolution, we have had a lot of confusion around the issue of functional assignment, the issue of national government supporting activities that fall within county government functions, the issue of development partners supporting activities that fall within the county government functions. And Madam Speaker, I happened to be in the CIC in the initial years, and in the first term of county governments, they suffered quite a lot as a number of development partners literally refused to fund their functions because they believed the county governments should not receive those funds, but that those funds must be channeled through the national government ministries. This bill will help to account for all funds that the people of Kenya will receive as grants, as loans, and as other funds that come from the development partners. Madam Speaker, funds that come from development partners are public funds. They are not a charitable allocation that we should not account for. And this is going to bring a bit of sanity in ensuring that the people of Kenya are able to know exactly how much money has been deployed to counties towards the development of counties. Madam Speaker, even as I support the bill, I would like to support Senator Mungatana's proposal that we cannot mix the provisions of this additional funds and those of the Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, the Equalization Fund is provided for under the Constitution. It was supposed to have been operationalized, but the Jubilee government completely refused to operationalize the Equalization Fund. And Madam Speaker, the issue of operationalizing funds under the Equalization Fund need a special discussion on how we can recoup the 10 years that have been lost out of the 20 years that the fund was supposed to exist. So if we sneak it into this bill, we will actually be undermining the very reason why we have the Equalization Fund. I suggest, Madam Speaker, that that committee specifically set time to relook at how we can operationalize the Equalization Fund to ensure that those funds actually are deployed towards what they were intended to be deployed for. So we should remove that provision within this act. Madam Speaker, I would also want to add one more provision that the committee should consider looking into. Within these additional funds, the Senate will have additional oversight mandate over these funds. I would want to request the committee to consider providing, even if it's just one clause, that will require county governments to submit their reports as part of the oversight towards ensuring that the Senate carries out its oversight mandate in respect of these funds. And we need possibly in the PSC regulations to also include further regulation that will ensure that that additional responsibility that the Senate gets is clearly reflected and clearly provided for in order for the Senate to be able to adequately carry out those functions. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind members that during our induction, one of the issues that was raised was the need for the Senate to go beyond just looking at the figures in the Auditor General's report, but to try and come up with a mechanism that can enable us to also oversee through carrying out impact assessment activities that can enable us to appreciate and tell Kenyans how the funds that are being deployed to counties are impacting their lives or changing the lives of the people. Madam Speaker, with those few amendments that I've proposed, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We can have Senator Osotsi Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also make my comments on this bill. And from the onset, I support this bill, but like other members who have spoken before me, we will need to have some amendments on this bill, particularly on equalization fund, which I find to be very misplaced in this bill. It should not be in this bill at all. And I've also looked at the schedule proposed under equalization fund and noted that that proposal in itself is discriminatory in the sense that we have 34 counties which have been listed, and we have not been told which criteria was used to do that allocation, because I can see my county is not included, and yet all the other neighboring counties are included. Counties which have even more higher levels of, lower levels of poverty, like Kisumu. I can see Bungoma is there, Siaya, Nandi, Homa Bay, almost all the counties within the Lake region are included, but Vihiga County is not included. So I will support any amendment to remove this particular aspect from this bill. After all, it's misplaced and it is very discriminatory to other counties. To lump Vihiga among the rich counties, I think is very unfair, because I can tell you there are so many places in my county which are hardship areas. And I think the government needs to change the criteria of determining which areas are hardship and which areas are not hardship. Because clearly we see some areas are listed as being non-hardship when in fact there are areas which are having a lot of challenges with poverty, with infrastructure, like those other counties that have been given priority on this. But what is important, Madam Speaker, is that this bill is long overdue and is going to unlock 32 billion shillings to the counties. And I think the committee needs to move with speed so that we conclude this matter in this House, probably before we go for recess. We hope that the National Assembly is going to do the same, so that this money is released to these counties as soon as possible. This money is going into various aspects of our county development, including improvement in health, agriculture, rural inclusivity, climate change, water and sanitation, and I think it's an even informal settlement. So, Madam Speaker, counties have been waiting for this money, and I think we will do a service to this country if we will be able to pass this bill within the shortest time so that our counties are able to receive this money. I also want to concur with Senator Tobiko on the issue of county headquarters. I think it's very strange that some counties are still constructing headquarters. 10 years after devolution. Really, this is surprising, and I think something has to be, this matter has to be investigated further by the relevant committee of Senate to find out why this huge delay, and yet these counties have been receiving money. Madam Speaker, this bill also introduces very strong mechanism of accountability on all the monies that are taken to the county in form of grants, loans, and from development partners. And I hope that upon the passage of this bill, we will have strong mechanisms on the ground to ensure that every single coin that is sent to the counties in form of additional allocation is used for the purpose that is supposed to be used, and there is value addition to the citizen of this country. Madam Speaker, you are well aware that some of the counties have been misappropriating this money. And I think this bill, to a large extent, is going to help in enhancing transparency and accountability. In fact, this bill proposes some mechanism of reporting under Clause 9, where it talks about the reporting that is going to be done on matters of transfer on monthly basis. I think that will enhance information flow, and it will also help us as senators to be able to track the movement of monies to counties and be able to oversight very effectively. Madam Speaker, other colleagues have also talked about medical leasing. I think this is a very serious matter that we have allowed it to go on, and yet the counties are not getting maximum benefits from this medical leasing equipment program. I think it is a high time that this particular arrangement between the national government and the county government is stopped so that our counties continue getting money for the right purposes, and then also removing the possible misuse of public funds in form of medical leasing equipment arrangement between the national government and the county government. Madam Speaker, I don't have additional information to give on this, but I want to emphasize that we would need to fast track the legislation on equalization fund so that we have a proper legal framework in place of determining even the counties which are supposed to benefit from this equalization fund, and also to comply with the constitutional requirement. And I hope this is going to be prioritized by the relevant committee in conjunction with the National Assembly, so that we have a proper legal framework on matters to do with equalization. For those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Senator Veronica.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the passing of this bill and to also congratulate the subcommittee that has made these efforts to ensure that there is a bill being debated which is not only useful to the House, but it's also important and very useful to all the counties, because the import and the impact of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to assign and allocate additional resources to the existing financial framework within the 47 counties. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this bill speaks into improved health care through the provision of funds for lease of medical equipment, and this will definitely be required and be very useful for all the counties across the whole country. Madam Speaker, let me state at this very early opportunity that the lease of this medical equipment, Madam Speaker, has been subject to certain conditions such that it's been perceived as though even if the allocation and the assignment of this fund has been put in paper, the counties tend to feel that the deduction is done at source, so they lose the control of what kind of equipment they need to have at the counties. Madam Speaker, I believe this framework was set by the previous government, and there is room to improve the framework within which this medical equipment should now be leased to counties. The Kenya Kwanza Coalition campaigned on the platform of improved health care for all Kenyans. And the bill as presented today clearly shows there is an affirmation towards contributing and solidifying this promise to the Kenyans. Madam Speaker, we would call upon the county governments upon the passing of this bill, because I believe the House is committed on both sides to pass the bill, that discussions be had between the county and the national government on the best way to have the least equipment. And this bill, Madam Speaker, gives the framework and introduces a legal platform within which these negotiations can be done and discussed, so that counties are allowed to participate in the decisions that then bring the least equipment into their respective counties. Madam Speaker, the additional resources have also targeted the construction of county headquarters. And like many of senators have raised issues on counties that do not seem to have, or that do not have headquarters already constructed 10 years after they came into existence. Madam Speaker, I believe counties now have a challenge as they look at this new bill, the bill on county government's additional allocations number 2, Bill 2022, to find that there is need for every county to be able to be housed within a headquarter and to be able to have sufficient facility for their governors, for their speakers, so that, Madam Speaker, we can check on the expenditure that is being used in every county, and that there is an expenditure, the expenditure pattern of the counties is responsible and also has a lot of transparency and also makes commercial sense, Madam Speaker. It makes sense for every county to be headquartered within its own premises to avoid rental expenditures that may be extravagant or that may not make economic sense. Madam Speaker, I have noted that a county like Isiolo, Lamu, Nyandarua, Tana River County, Tharaka Nithi County are some of those counties that are targeted to have an allocation of resource towards the construction of their headquarters. We will encourage all the governors, Madam Speaker, even as this bill is being debated to be passed, that every county, it's a bare minimum, it's basic, that they should have headquarters 10 years, over 10 years, I believe it's the 11th going to 12th, over 10 years. Now the counties should have that as a bare minimum. In fact, Madam Speaker, as the national government rolls out the housing project into the counties, it will be good procedure that any county that is getting the advantage of that housing should as well show good faith by making sure that themselves are housed within a headquarter which has been constructed through the public resource, Madam Speaker. The additional resources, Madam Speaker, have also gone towards mitigating the effects of climate change. There is allocation of resources towards positive climate action, Madam Speaker. Once again, it propels good thinking towards how counties and how the people of Kenya can contribute towards a climate action that then restores the degradation that has caused us to be where we are in terms of the climate change as a global village. Madam Speaker, the resources assigned Madam Speaker, then give an opportunity to counties to participate and fully engage in taking climate action and teaching the people and learning together with the citizens within the counties on how best they can mitigate climate change within the respective counties and customize to every county. Madam Speaker, one of the frameworks within this bill that then brings a breath of fresh air is a framework for the management of the donor fund that is going to the county. And I believe, Madam Speaker, any development partner who is listening to the proceedings in Senate today should have a big smile on their face that there is a framework now that can ensure transparency, accountability, and that sets a very good form of engaging further and entrusting the counties with more resources towards building not just the socio-economic place of the people of Kenya, but also alleviating the poverty that has been widespread in many counties, Madam Speaker. So I rise to support the passing of this bill and to say to the committee that has presented this bill to the majority leader that they have set a good pace in the House, and this House can now have more bills that can be debated by the 13th Senate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the passing of this bill.
Thank you. Senator Seki.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, this bill presented to us this afternoon by the Committee on Finance and Budget. I believe that it has come in the right time where we want to give more resources to the county governments through this allocation of county additional allocation bill 2022-2023. And I want to support by congratulating the committee led by Chair Ali Roba, the party leader on UDM. To be a supporter of this motion, I want to allude that most of the speakers have really supported that county governments need to introduce more transparency and accountability to such kind of monies that goes to counties. We know that on-source revenue from county governments have never been allocated well, has never been accounted well by county governors, administrations all over the country. Because one, they have been having issues of allocating in their budgets more money, such that also introduced much more issues like overspending, or even issues like things like, for example, over bills, more bills than they come without paying contractors. And I want to say that with this, we really need to request the Committee on Finance and Budget and other committees, relevant committees, to put some restrictions to county administrations so that as we do the revenue collections, revenues, they need to have quite good structures to prevent such kind of things. Two, we have now these additional conditional allocations, which now we have introduced today, that we need to approve as immediate as soon as possible. And this is why it is because additional revenue, as the additional allocation bill will help counties to unlock so many problems, particularly on issues of health, roads, and so many other things, as alluded by the bill. So to me, I think I want to introduce and say that I support this bill. I support this bill for us to immediately approve as soon as we can, because we know the county governments will benefit quite a lot. And As indicated, by the previous presenters, we said that we indicated that the conditional grant need to have a separate structure so that county government will not just receive this money and then use it without a structure that can direct them, can bring them to account this kind of money. So I think, to me, I want to support this motion and congratulate the committee led by Ali Roba for bringing this motion as soon as this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a contribution to this very important bill, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill of 2022. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I must declare that I am in support of the bill. But, Madam Speaker, even as I support this bill, I'm supporting it while at the same time proposing amendments to the bill. My colleagues have spoken very, very well on this bill, and so I do not need to repeat what has been said. I will only want to emphasize three things. One, Madam Speaker, in my very considered opinion, my brother, the senator from Mandera, who is the chair of this important committee, he should consider deleting clause 6 and deleting the third schedule from this bill. So that, Madam Speaker, we are left with clarity on what it is that we need to do. Madam Speaker, my last experience with this kind of bill is that in the year 2019 and 2020, when there were issues of COVID and locusts, and donors came calling, and development partners came calling, there was a serious conflict between county governments and the national government on the utilization of funds, especially for mitigation on the COVID and the locust front. Some of these conflicts, Madam Speaker, arise when innocently houses of parliament pass bills that are clouded, and therefore giving room for interpretation in different ways. There is sufficient clarity in the Constitution on Article 204 in relation to the Equalization Fund. Clause 1 is very specific on even the amount of money that the Equalization Fund should have, the kitty should have. Clause 2 is clear on the areas where that money should be invested, in water, in roads, in health, in electricity. And the whole idea behind the Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, is to raise the living standards of residents in marginalized areas and bring them to a level that is almost at par with other areas that are comparatively more privileged. Madam Speaker, and this is important for senators to hear and for the National Assembly to hear, when it comes to the appropriation for the use of the funds in the equalization kitty, Madam Speaker, appropriation, according to the Constitution, is a shared function between the National Assembly and the Senate. So that, Madam Speaker, it doesn't get to that point, if it will, that because this fund is going to be utilized by the national government, then an argument is brought here that the National Assembly has exclusive right to appropriate on this fund because the national government that is implementing. Madam Speaker, the Constitution in Clause 3 of Article 204 states very clearly that appropriation will be done by Parliament. And when there is reference to Parliament in the Constitution, it is the National Assembly and the Senate. Madam Speaker, it has been said, and I am in full support, that we need to move with speed. And I actually want to challenge my brother, the chair of Finance and Budget, to move with speed and bring a legislation to actualize this equalization fund separately from additional allocations to counties. Madam Speaker, when that happens, if it will happen, this Senate needs to agree on the distribution of that fund. Initially, when I joined the Senate, Madam Speaker, in 2013, there were only 14 counties that were supposed to benefit from the equalization fund. Unfortunately, by that time, Kitui was not poor enough, marginalized enough to make the list. So we had intense conversations with CRA, we pushed, and they pulled, and now we have a list of 34 counties. What has happened, Madam Speaker, is that now CRA has decided that in these counties that have been listed as marginalized and deserving of the equalization fund, they will pick and choose villages within those counties that should benefit. When that time comes, Madam Speaker, if Senator Governor Roba will bring that bill before this House, we will need to relook at those villages that have been picked by CRA to benefit from the equalization fund. In my own county, Madam Speaker, and this is important, I have villages and wards that are seriously marginalized. That even those villages that are naturally marginalized, call them marginalized. That's the extent of marginalization in those villages. But they have not been picked as villages that should benefit from this fund. I have a lot of those villages, especially in the Raka ward of Mwingi North constituency. Madam Speaker, that's a conversation we need to have, and that is why I am proposing that we completely delete Clause 6 from this bill and have a separate conversation about the equalization fund. The second issue that I want to speak to, Madam Speaker, is the first schedule. Madam Speaker, when you look at the first schedule, and it is talking about counties that are still in column B that are supposed to be allocated funds for the construction of county headquarters. My take, Madam Speaker, and because we should not, in this House, Madam Speaker, we must be truthful to ourselves and truthful to this country. Madam Speaker, for me, that column B of the first schedule, the only thing that it does for me is that it's an automatic invitation of the Senate, counties, public Accounts Committee to summon governors in those counties, and I've mentioned them. Isiolo, they have been allocated 102 million Kenya shillings. Lamu, 24 million Kenya shillings. Nyandarua, 121 million Kenya shillings. Tana River, 104 million Kenya shillings. Tharaka Nithi, 103 million shillings. In total, 454 million Kenya shillings for the construction of county headquarters. Madam Speaker, where this far that we have come, more than 10 years into devolution, it's actually a shame, let's just call it what it is. It's actually a shame that there are some county governments that have not yet constructed their headquarters. And that money continues to be allocated to them for the construction of county headquarters. Madam Speaker, it is my considered view that the conversation that we should be having in this Senate at this time is allocation of special funds for the construction of senators' offices in the counties. That's a fresher conversation that we could engage in, and not talk about allocation of funds for the construction of county headquarters. The Senate Counties Public Accounts Committee has a job to do. Senator Kajwang has a job to do. Madam Speaker, the last thing that I want to speak to in this bill, just a general comment, that, Madam Speaker, we as senators are sitting late. The Committee of Finance and Budget has taken a lot of time to work on this bill, to allocate funds and bring the allocations to this Senate for processing and debating and eventually passing for the money to go to the counties. Madam Speaker, the experience that I have is that when we do this, the governors and their governments are very happy. When we sit late in the night to pass these bills and allocate money to them, they are very, very happy. Madam Speaker, they should be equally happy when we go down there to oversight the expenditure of these funds. It should be okay when we give or we facilitate the release of funds to counties. It should be okay when we ask how these monies are being spent. Madam Speaker, in our oversight responsibility as senators, we shall not just look at processes. We shall also be interested in the scope of work for the money is allocated. We shall be interested in the quality of the work done, Madam Speaker, and most importantly, we shall be interested in value for money. Madam Speaker, I say this and conclude by saying that this now speaks to the dire need for this Senate again to push and ensure that senators are properly facilitated to undertake their oversight function. The work of the Senate, the work of any senator, is incomplete if we are unable to carry out proper oversight. And we can only carry out proper oversight, Madam Speaker, if we have an oversight fund that, among other things, enables us as senators to procure the services of very qualified personnel in monitoring and evaluation in all spheres of project development to make sure that we are able to hold governors and their governments to account in the spending of the equitable share and the additional funds. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Thank you, Senator. I now wish to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to reply to various contributions that has been made by honorable senators to this additional allocation bill second reading motion. Madam Speaker, I want to first appreciate honorable members for contributing passionately to this bill, emphasizing the importance of this bill to county governments where we all represent. And a few issues that has come to light during the discussion that various honorable members have contributed are issues concerning whether it is appropriate to have equalization fund as part of this additional allocation bill. I stand to agree with all those that have contributed, as we've had the same discussion, interrogated, not only from the perspective of us giving us an opportunity to really justifiably contribute to equalization fund as required, but also from point of legality and avoiding hitches that may come up after this bill is processed together with additional allocation bill on three grounds. The most important ground is, as you are aware, additional allocation are conditional and unconditional revenues which are revenues of national government that is given to county government on certain conditions. However, equalization fund is not revenue of national government per se. If you look at the strict definition, CRA sets apart equalization fund before the revenues are shared vertically between national government and county government. Number two, the modalities of utilization of unconditional grant or conditional unconditional grant or this additional allocation, which come with sets of conditions from the development partners as well as the government of Kenya, does not conform to the modalities of utilization of equalization fund, or it is flow as required. Number three, which is extremely critical, we noticed during the interrogation and engagement with various stakeholders that the administrative cost of 3% that would have given effect to utilization of equalization fund has not been factored in this provision of equalization fund portion of the bill. And as such, Madam Speaker, we have engaged our legal experts as well as engaged the county government council of governors, and we've also engaged Commission of Revenue Allocation, and we've engaged the National Treasury, who have all concurred that it is not appropriately placed if bundled with an conditional grant, and as such, we will adopt that is proposed by honorable senators as they've contributed to this bill, as well as also various stakeholders as required. On the issue of medical equipment that has come up, we've also extensively, as a committee, engaged the Council of Governors, who are the end users of medical equipment in the hospitals. And being a former governor myself, there are some technical hitches, but there's greater good of utilization of these medical equipments in our county governments in terms of service provision. Notable among the issues that really touched me during my time in office as a governor is, CT scans, dialysis machines. People from my county used to travel 1,200 kilometers to Nairobi to do dialysis, and now they're able to enjoy the same services at the county level. Maybe given the natural growth of county government without the helping hand of the national government in terms of trying to really catalyze the process of quality health service improvement, adaptation by county government, we would have taken it longer to get there. And as such, while I believe the agreement and contract between the providers of this leased equipment and the government is a little bit opaque, to the extent that up to when I left the office, we did not know explicitly the content of the agreement between the government of Kenya and the equipment service provider that we are engaging in. And there is need, and we have taken that issue up with National Treasury, with also Council of Governors, and they have requested that we process the provisions as provided, as 26 counties have already indicated their willingness to extend the contract, but on new terms that is clear to them. And as such, we have also looked, consulted the National Treasury, and the same has been shared. And I would like to, maybe when we are ready and we submit the report, the various justification in relation to that issue will also be shared in the report, Madam Speaker. The issue shared by my colleagues on construction of county headquarters, it is extremely sad as a governor, and having served 10 full years, I stand here with the benefit of institutionalizing and operationalizing devolution, and having been part of this team. These counties have actually suffered disadvantage rather than advantage. The counties that opted to build their own county headquarters using their own resources without subjecting themselves to the mercy of the national government offer, have managed to build their counties and are operating out of their counties, the county headquarters. But those that have, complained and they were listened to, it was a noble gesture then. However, the monies were not released in time, and as such, to date, those county governments do not have county headquarters to operate from. And we've said as a committee, it is imperative that we get to understand this issue a little bit better as Finance and Budget Committee, and we have discussed, and it will be submitted in the report, the need for the committee maybe to visit, to understand, because these allocations, to what extent has money been allocated, how much longer will the allocation continue becoming part of this additional allocation, and what are the contract terms of those, those county headquarters for the 5 counties that were supported by the national government. And unfortunately, 6 or 7 years down the line, those county headquarters do not, those counties do not have county headquarters, and they're still waiting for money to be appropriated in the budget at the mercy of National Treasury, and the National Treasury may or may not release the fund in time, and the counties may end up, by way of necessity, if 42 out of the 47 counties have their county headquarters, and the 5 that were made an offer to be supported, that offer has not practically worked out, then it is extremely critical that these counties consider other options of making sure they put their county headquarters in place. Madam Speaker, in as far as the issue of equalization fund criteria and the changes that took place, in terms of from the original intended 14 counties benefiting from equalization fund to 34 counties is a long story, and I was previously the chair of ASAL Committee of Council of Governors, and I was also the chair of Frontier Counties Development Council, bringing together 10 counties. And we have extensively engaged CRA on this issue. The CRA on this issue extensively. The definition that CRA and the system of government that was in place previously has taken in an attempt to try and dilute this equalization fund issue is extremely sad. It is extremely sad because marginalization is not equal to poverty, and poverty is not equal to marginalization. Marginalization is a state of poverty created by deliberate resource denial by successive government as a result of policy document that did not favor resource allocation to certain areas in this country using sessional paper number 10 of 1965. And the drafters of the Constitution envisaged a position where they use equalization fund to try and bring the development in this deliberately disadvantaged region in as much as possible at a level closer to the other counties or what the other counties enjoyed. But unfortunately, in later years, after a lot of bureaucracies of lack of implementation of equalization fund, the resultant impact is that they had to redefine what marginalization meant and equated marginalization to poverty and poverty to marginalization, and that so was the discussion about revenues in equalization fund to be given to marginalized areas, which in context, the whole concept of marginalization was very different to the drafters of the Constitution. And that disadvantage set forth where now marginalized areas and policy, marginalized areas, policy number 2 came into play, where then more than 2,000 plus areas, which when we engaged CRA then, CRA's response was, we are looking at pockets of marginalization within, perfect, maybe counties with food security and other issues that are basic. But they said we were looking for pockets of poverty within, and we want to address this because this money is meant for that. It was extremely unfortunate. We tried to drag it, and unfortunately, at some point, we've lost 10 years of the first 20 years sunset clause, and we agreed that for the sake of moving on and not being able to beat the system, that issue has taken root. It still remains clouded because while I acknowledge as a leader, that we have very serious problems of urban poor in this country that need to be taken into consideration. And all the areas identified by CRA can be qualified as the urban poor that need certain affirmative action from the government of the day by way of another maybe 0.5% of the revenues collected nationally to be given to address the issues affecting the urban poor, while safeguarding the original intent of the drafters of the Constitution, which is equalization fund to be used for the previously marginalized counties, which resulted from deliberate policy document of government. And this is deliberate resource denial by successive government before the advent of devolution. And as such, is an issue maybe when we separate the bill and we have an equalization fund bill, we'll be able to interrogate and get to see to what extent we'll be able to define. I feel, as my colleagues, the senators who have contributed, feel that we really need to look at the concept of sunset clause, because Article 204 creates a provision that can be exploited by Parliament to be able to make sure we give justice where it deserves in terms of extending the sunset clause, because 12 years has already been lost as it is. And Madam Speaker, on the issue of oversight of these funds, because this 32 billion shilling fund that many of my colleagues, honorable senators, have shared, it is extremely critical. While I acknowledge it follows the model that requires once this additional allocation bill is passed, then county governments, those that may not have included in their appropriation, will have to do that through their budget in order to make sure that the oversight responsibilities as required by law follows the same trajectory as required. But this also is part of the many additional responsibilities that senators will have to undertake in order to make sure that absolute compliance, so that the development partners will find it even more prudent to help county governments receive more money by way of us prudently utilizing the money and proper oversight being done on the monies allocated under additional allocation bill, and Senate will play its rightful role if supported properly. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request you to defer the putting of the question to a later date pursuant to Standing Order number 66-3. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Roba. I wish to defer the putting of the question to Tuesday, to Tuesday next week. Honorable Senators, we have concluded debate on the county government's additional allocation bill. The Senate extended its sitting time to conclude the debate on the bill and also to receive the results of members of the East African Legislative Assembly. The results have not been received, but I am informed that they are being finalized. Consequently, I wish to suspend the sitting to await the results, which will be communicated to the House. This is to request you to wait for the resumption in close proximity to the chambers. The division bell will be rung 5 minutes before the Senate resumes to alert you. I seek your patience and assure you that this will not take long. The sitting is suspended. proceed. Honorable Senators, I have a message from the National Assembly. Subject is the results of the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly and Rule 19 of the East African Legislative Assembly elections, election of members Assembly, Rule 201, I convey the following message to the Senate. Whereas on Thursday, 17th November 2022, the National Assembly conducted election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly, pursuant to the provisions of Rule 19 of the East African Legislative Assembly elections, election of members of the Assembly, Rules 2017, the record of votes for each candidate is as hereunder. The Kenya Kwanza Alliance results. Aden Abdikadir Omar, 65 votes. Busaidi Salem Mohammed, 16 votes. Charles Frederick Muteti, 150 votes. Hassan Omar, 207 votes. Iman Falhada Deko, 131 votes. Iringo Cyprian Kubai, 176 votes. Kering Zipora Jesang Kurgat, 186 votes. Kuko Jonas Mr. Vincent, 4 votes. Lowoya Rebecca, 17 votes. Mwangi Godfrey Minor, 184 votes. Nyambane Joel Okengo, 19 votes. Sankok David Ole, 188 votes. Sheikh Yasa Ali, 15 votes. Tommy Tom Lillian Chepto, 21 votes. And To Ann Cherono, 16 votes. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition results. Ali Fatuma Gedi, 138 votes. Bosire Timothy Moseti, 62 votes. Dirie Abdullahi Mohammed, 52 votes. Kalonzo Kennedy Musyoka, 217 votes. Kega James Madenge Kanini, 168 votes. Kioni Jeremiah Ngayu, 19 votes. Mugali Justus Kizito, 80 votes. Mutua Winfred Sionindi, 1 vote. Nakusa Beatrice Asukul, 11 votes. Ndeti Helen Muweni, 2 votes. Odinga Imgad Winnie, 212 votes. Shabal Suleiman Said, 143 votes. Further, whereas the summary of the results of the election is as follows. Total ballots cast, 320 votes. Spoiled ballots, 14 votes. Valid ballots, 306 votes. Now, therefore, in accordance with the said provisions of the rules and the National Assembly standing orders, I hereby convey the results of the election conducted in the National Assembly to the Senate. The Honorable Gladys J. Boss, CBS, MP, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I now, therefore, wish to convey the results to the Sergeant-at-Arms to consolidate and tally with our results. Yes, Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for interrupting the process. But because this is an important matter for the record, I have heard you say that you are giving the resource to the Chief Sergeant-at-Arms to consolidate. I thought the returning officer for our purpose was a clerk of the Senate. For the record, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I stand guided. The results were consolidated by the clerk of the Senate. I now give the opportunity to the clerk Senate to read out the consolidated results.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm reading out the consolidated results as the presiding officer of this election. And I'll read out for all the candidates, starting with Kenya Kwanza. Aden Abdikadir Omar, total votes 78. Busaidi Salim Mohammed, 16 votes. Charles Frederick Muteti, 189 votes. Hassan Omar Hassan, 253 votes. Iman Falhada Deko, 174 votes. Iringo Cyprian Kubai, 188 votes. Kering Zipora Jesang Krugat, 223 votes. Kuko Jonas Mr. Vincent, 4 votes. Lowoya Rebecca, 20 votes. Mwangi Godfrey Maina, 213 votes. Nyambane Joel Okengo, 21 votes. Sankok David Ole, 223 votes. Sheikh Yasser Ali, 17 votes. Tommy Tom Lilian Chepto, 23 votes. And lastly, To Ann Cherono, 17 votes. Under the Azimio la Umoja, Ali Fatuma Gedi, 169 votes. Bosire Timothy Moseti, 79 votes. Dirie Abdullahi Mohammed, 56 votes. Kalonzo Kennedy Musyoka, 262 votes. Kega James Mathenge Kanini, 197 votes. Kioni Jeremiah Ngayu, 20 votes. Mugali Justus Kizito, 89 votes. Mutua Winfred Sionindi, 1 vote. Nakusa Beatrice Askul, 12 votes. Ndeti Helen Mweni, 2 votes. Odinga Imgad Winnie, 247 votes. And lastly, Shabal Suleiman Said, 181 votes.
Honorable Senators, in accordance with Section 19D of the applicable rules, the returning officer in the National Assembly is the one to declare to be duly elected members of the East African Legislative Assembly, and she has already made that declaration. So there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 22nd November 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.